بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم نحمده ونصلي ونسلم على رسوله الكريم أما بعد. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to once again share this platform on the 15th International Halal and Tayyib Products Conference with GİMDES, hosted by GİMDES, under the auspices of Dr. Hussein Kami Buyukozar. Alhamdulillah, we have known him for almost 2 decades, and in this time, we have been delighted and indeed elated at the tremendous progress that the organization has made, the tremendous contribution towards the global halal ecosystem that has been made, towards the establishment of integrity and access to halal products, not only in Istanbul, but in the broader European region. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant him long life, prosperity, and abundant khair and barakah, so that he may continue the service. We pray that Allah give him relief from all his ailments, and may Allah Ta'ala grant that the organization grows from strength to strength. On this occasion, I have been given um, the duty to present on the session on genetically modified foods or genetically engineered foods. And for this, I'm going to just switch my presentation on. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. There we are. So that's the topic that has been given to me today, GM foods, a halal and tayyib perspective. Now, genetically modified foods, what are GM foods really? Genetically modified foods, often referred to as GMOs, are foods made from plants or animals whose DNA has been changed in a manner that it doesn't happen naturally. Scientists actually use a process called genetic engineering to add or modify genes in these foods. This can make the crops more resistant to pests. It can also make them more resistant to disease, to extreme weather conditions, and sometimes it can even add nutritional value to those foods. So GMOs are a way to try and improve the quality and quantity of the food we grow and we eat. There's a nice video that I thought I'd share with the audience dealing with genetic modification of foods, its origin, and its accessibility all around us on supermarket shelves.
You know what's growing down on the farm? GMOs, or genetically modified organisms. Among the GMOs available in the US right now, corn, soybeans, canola, sugar beets, cotton, alfalfa, potatoes, summer squash, apples, papaya, and sweet pineapple. A farm-raised Atlantic salmon and pork from a type of pig have been approved for food use, but you may not see them in the market because they are not widely available. Most GMO crops are used in food for animals, but a few fresh fruits and vegetables are available in GMO varieties, including GMO apples that don't brown as fast when you slice them, and potatoes that don't bruise so easily. Summer squash. There's a GMO papaya and a pink pineapple, but these GMOs aren't widely available. Still, a lot of GMOs end up here, in your local grocery store, in packaged foods. GMO soy oil and protein are often used as ingredients in foods. There's even a GMO soybean specifically developed to make a healthier cooking oil. And GMO corn is often used to make cereal, crackers, and other snacks. Certain types of GMOs have a disclosure. That lets you know if the food or ingredients you are eating is a bioengineered food. Oh, and that sugar in your iced tea? there's a good chance it's from GMO sugar beets. So you see, GMOs are all around us. From farm to table, they're a big part of our food supply.
There we are. That gives you a good little background about how widespread GMOs are all around us. And the debate, we have the debate around genetically modified foods quite frequently. It is a multifaceted debate. Whilst GMOs have the potential to address food security and to reduce environmental impacts, concerns about human health, biodiversity, and ethical issues still continue to persist. We have to strike a balance between the benefits and the drawbacks of GMOs, which requires ongoing research, transparency, and informed decision-making to ensure the responsible use in agriculture and food production. When did all this begin? GMO food history. Let's look at the history of GMOs. It's not a recent phenomenon of just 5, 10, or 20 years. GMOs is almost more than 70 years old. The history of genetically modified organisms, GMO, spans several decades and involves various scientific breakthroughs, innovations, and even controversies. Now, we're just going to look at some or talk about some of the key milestones in the history of GMOs. 1953 was the discovery of DNA structure by two scientists, James Watson and Francis Crick. And they were the people that elucidated the double helix structure of the DNA and provided the foundation for actually understanding genetics. The first successful DNA transfer was done in 1972 by Paul Berg. Then recombinant DNA technology was developed by Stanley Cohen and Herbert Boyer in 1973. In 1980s, we saw the emergence of GMOs and the first genetically engineered organism that researchers created by inserting a foreign gene into a bacterium. Then in 1986, we saw the approval of the first GMO. In the 1990s came about the commercialization and controversy surrounding GMOs. And in the late 1990s, we saw wide adoption of GMO crops, primarily herbicide-tolerant and insect-resistant varieties. In 2000s, we saw the global expansion into the BT cotton and herbicide-tolerant crops. In 2010, right up to present, there were continuous further developments and debates that went on. Consumer awareness and labeling also came about in the around the early 2010s, and growing consumer awareness led to debates and regulations on GMO labeling, as well as increased demand for non-GMO and organic products. So you can see, it's a long history. It's not only a few years old. It spanned almost 7 decades already. Yes, there are pros and there are cons attached to it. What are the advantages and what are the disadvantages? Let's look at some of the advantages that scientists talk about. Genetically modified foods have revolutionized agriculture and food production over the past few decades. If we look at the specific pros, advantages, we're looking at increased crop yields, where crops have become resistant to pests and diseases. Genetic modification has allowed crops to be engineered with built-in resistance to pests and disease. This reduces crop loss, food wastage, and increase overall yield. Then tolerance to extreme conditions. We've seen these weather patterns changing globally with global warming, and some GMOs are designed to withstand these weather conditions, extreme temperatures, drought, and other environmental stresses, ensuring that crops would thrive in the challenging conditions. Then enhanced nutritional content. So whether it's biofortification, where genetic engineering is used to enhance the nutritional value of crops. For instance, if you take golden rice, which has been developed to contain higher levels of vitamin A and addresses the deficiencies in developing regions. So like this, biofortification is a critical area to supplement these deficiencies in developing countries. Improved protein and nutrient profiles. GMOs can be tailored to provide better protein, vitamins, and mineral content in staple crops like maize and wheat. And we find that fortification happening even in South Africa. Reduced pesticide usage. So pest-resistant varieties, where the GMOs with built-in pest resistance require fewer chemical pesticides to be applied to the crops. Herbicide-tolerant crops. Some GMOs are engineered to tolerate specific herbicides, allowing for more effective and targeted weed control. Then we look at environmental sustainability, where there is conservation of biodiversity. It is argued that GMOs can minimize the need for land conversion and the use of environmentally sensitive areas for agriculture, which will help conserve biodiversity. Reduce soil erosion. This improves crop yields and reduce tillage in some GMO systems, which can contribute to lower soil erosion, preserving arable land. Food security, and this is a major issue, where the global population continues to increase, and GMOs offers a solution to produce more food on existing cultural land. Then we look at cost reduction and stabilizing of prices. Increased yields can also help stabilize food prices and reduce the vulnerability of communities to food shortages. So these are real benefits, and yes, improved presentation, where the actual presentation of the food can be enhanced with genetic modification. Let's look at the cons now. Which are the harms or potential harms? Biodiversity loss. The widespread cultivation of GMO crops can lead to a reduction in biodiversity. When genetically modified crops are introduced, they can outcompete native plants, potentially leading to the loss of certain plant species. Then we look at superweeds and pests. Over time, some pests and weeds can develop resistance to the genetically engineered traits in the GMOs. Gene flow. This is also a con, a disadvantage, where genes from GMOs can unintentionally spread to non-GMO crops and contaminate them. This gene flow can have unintended consequences and pose challenges for organic and non-GMO farming. Then we have human health concerns as well. And this is a major concern. Allergenicity and toxicity, where some people are allergic to certain types of genetic modified products, which can be problematic. These are concerns that these GMOs may trigger allergies or have unintended toxic effects on certain human beings. While rigorous safety assessments are conducted, the long-term effects of GMO consumption are to this date not fully understood. There are unknown risks. The complexity of ecosystems and interactions between genes makes it challenging to predict all the possible outcomes of genetic modification today. Unforeseen consequences can arise in the future, and that has to be taken into consideration. Then there are ethical and social concerns. We are all aware that many GMOs, or most GMOs, are developed and patented by large biotechnology companies, which raises concerns about corporate control of the world's food supply and the ability to patent life forms. And this is also a huge concern. They say power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So we've got to take these factors into consideration. There's lack of transparency. All GM products are not labeled, although there's been quite a bit of regulation from various governments with regards the emphasis on GMO labeling and making it mandatory so that consumers have a choice to know what they're eating, and the lack of transparency, which can be potentially harmful as well. So environmental justice, yes, GMO adoption may disproportionately affect small-scale farmers and indigenous communities, potentially undermining their traditional farming practices and livelihoods. Another ethical concern is the religious concern, which is for us fundamental and primary, which we'll discuss in detail with regards, the criteria that we have to look at in terms of religious compliance. Long-term effects, unpredictable consequences are there. I mean, we cannot deny that. Genetic modification is a relatively recent technology, although it's 7 decades old, but its long-term impacts on the environment, on human health, and society have not yet been fully understood. So there may be latent effects that become apparent only over time. So it is crucial that we approach the adoption of GMOs with circumspection and caution, rigorous scientific evaluation, and a commitment of transparency, labeling, and ongoing research to address and mitigate potential harms is actually essential. So what foods have been affected with GMO engineering? Which are the foods that have been affected, and where are they grown? This is a interesting map that I found on the internet, which shows the different products like soybeans, maize, cotton, canola, sugar beets, alfalfa, papaya, squash, potatoes, apples, eggplant, sugarcane, pineapple, and safflower. These are the major products that are being genetically modified. And you will see the regions as well. The USA being the largest producer of biotech crops, and Latin America as well has almost 10 countries which have planted biotech crops in 2019 onward. Then we look at Europe, and surprisingly in Europe, it's only Portugal and Spain just above the northern tip of Africa that has been planting biotech maize in Europe. The rest of the countries are nothing. Russia as well, nothing. You find Africa also very sparse: Nigeria, Sudan, Ethiopia, Malawi, and South Africa and Eswatini, which is also within the region of South Africa, where maize and soybeans and also cotton is being genetically modified. We look at some stats, and you see 2.7 billion hectares of biotech crops were planted since 1996, which is a huge amount. So there is this increase, there's 17 million small resource poor farmers and their families, totaling more than 65 million who have benefited from biotech crops in 2019. What is the halal perspective? Let's look at the halal perspective on genetic modified foods. Now, is it altering the creation of Allah Ta'ala? The verse of the Quran Kareem, wherein Allah Ta'ala talks about the oath taken by Shaitan, وَلَأُضِلَّنَّهُمْ وَلَأُمَنِّيَنَّهُمْ وَلَآمُرَنَّهُمْ فَلَيُبَتِّكُنَّ آذَانَ الْأَنْعَامِ وَلَآمُرَنَّهُمْ فَلَيُغَيِّرُنَّ خَلْقَ اللَّهِ. Where Shaitan has taken this oath and said, I will surely lead them astray. I will surely arouse desires in them. I will surely command them that they will disfigure cattle. They will cut the cattle's ears. And surely I will command them and they will change Allah's creation. So many argue that genetic modification is actually altering the creation of Allah Ta'ala, which most of the scholars refute and argue that it does not refer to that. And this hadith of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is used in support of that look, this kind of intervention, scientific intervention, has been permitted in Islam. Once Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam happened to pass by the people who had been busy grafting the trees. The Sahaba radiallahu anhum were grafting their date palms. And then Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said to them, if you were not to do this, it might be good for you. So they abandoned the practice of grafting. And then there was a decline in the yield. So when Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam happened to pass by them again, he said, "What has gone wrong with your trees?" They said, "O Messenger of Allah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, you said that we should not do it." Thereupon Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam responded, "You have better knowledge of a technical skill, of a scientific skill, and you have better knowledge in the affairs of your worldly matters," giving them that permission and latitude to proceed. So the Sharia ruling, the ulama and the fuqaha have looked at this in depth. The Islamic Fiqh Academy had, in fact, from Makkah, issued a ruling on this particular matter, permitting the use of genetic engineering and scientific intervention. It says, I've highlighted it there, it is permissible in the Sharia to use cloning techniques and genetic engineering in the fields of microbiology, botany, and zoology, and thus within the norms prescribed by the Sharia. That is very important. It must be within the norms prescribed by the Sharia in order to serve the general interest and to prevent evil consequences, which include harm or harmful consequences. Now we look at the criteria for halal. Now, there's a rule of thumb that we must keep in mind, and it is a beautiful rule that we extract from the Quran Kareem, wherein Allah Ta'ala talks about gambling and a wine. And he says, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْخَمْرِ وَالْمَيْسِرِ قُلْ فِيهِمَا إِثْمٌ كَبِيرٌ وَمَنَافِعُ لِلنَّاسِ وَإِثْمُهُمَا أَكْبَرُ مِنْ نَفْعِهِمَا. That they ask you, O Messenger of Allah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, about gambling and about consumption of wine. Say unto them, قُلْ فِيهِمَا إِثْمٌ كَبِيرٌ. There is a huge sin. There is a huge violation. وَمَنَافِعُ لِلنَّاسِ. And there is some benefit. وَإِثْمُهُمَا أَكْبَرُ مِنْ نَفْعِهِمَا. And the harms in both of them, the sin and violation in both of them, far outweighs the benefit. And that is the rule that should be followed in respect of halal. That if there is, and typically in GM foods, if there is greater harm, then it is not permissible. If there is greater benefit, then there is permissibility and leeway. So when we look at, very simplistically, any material that we derive from a haram source would be problematic in terms of halal dietary law. As per the Sharia, products can be classified as haram based on certain criteria, and these are the 5 criteria that one should keep in mind. Either there is categoric Quranic text or hadith which prohibits a certain item, like pork, for an example. So that is prohibited from categoric text. Wine is prohibited from categoric text. So that's nas. Then najasa, or impurity. If there's any impurity that one utilizes, or in the manufacturing process, or in itself, it is haram. So any najasa is haram. Any intoxication is haram as well. So iskar is also a reason for prohibition and hurma. Then darar, harm, anything that is hazardous or toxic or harmful to the human being or even to the ecosystem in general falls within the purview of harm and would also be deemed impermissible. Revulsion and istighbath, so anything that a natural temperament would dislike or detest, whether it be the consumption of insects, for an example, which a natural temperament would detest, falls within the category of impermissibility as well. Sources of genetic material, this is fundamental. So if the genetic material source comes from a haram source, so for example, using pork genes, automatically it would be problematic. You're using genetic material from a carnivorous animal would also be problematic. So the source of the gene material is important in determining permissibility. Then process of genetic modification, what process is being used? Is the culture media fine? if the process of genetic modification that is being used is problematic, then the end result is also going to be problematic. And there shouldn't be anything that contaminates. So you could have a halal genetic material, but it's being contaminated with perhaps some impurity, or with some najasa, or with some catalyst or manufacturing aid, which could render the genetic material as impermissible as well. What do the standards say? And alhamdulillah, the Muslim government organizations, the OIC, CIMIC has did tremendous work in formulation of these standards, and obviously relied hugely on the fatwa and the rulings issued by the ulama and the scholars of the Fiqh Academy. So they've also ruled on genetic modified foods, where it is stated that food and beverages containing products and or byproducts of genetically modified organisms or ingredients made by the use of manipulating of genetic material of animals and plants that are non-halal according to Islamic rules, then obviously those genetically modified foods would also be non-halal. Now, it's not only halal that we look at, it's always halal and tayyib, because that's the injunction given by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when he addressed the believers saying, Ya ayyuhan nasu kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiba wa la tattabi'u khutuwati shaitan. So it's not only halal that we've been enjoined and instructed to eat, but it is also tayyib. So if anything is halal, it must also be tayyib. It must also be wholesome. It must also be clean. It must also not be harmful. If it is a cause of harm, as mentioned in the tafsir of Ibn Kathir, rahimahullah, that tayyib means mustataban fi nafsihi, in itself. The inherent characteristic should be one of goodness and wholesomeness. It should not be harmful. غير ضار للأبدان ولا للعقول. It shouldn't be harmful neither to the body, to the physical self, nor to the intellectual self. And yes, it shouldn't also be harmful to the environment around us. The World Health Organization, for whatever it's worth, has also spoken about the safety of GM foods, but they've been circumspect by saying that GM foods currently available on the international market have passed safety assessments and are not likely to present risks for human health. So there still is no guarantee. Long-term harms, there is no guarantee. Now we look at in conclusion, I know I've exceeded my time already of 20 minutes, but in conclusion, we must keep in mind that genetically modified foods have brought about significant advancements in agriculture and have the potential to address some of the world's most pressing food security and nutritional challenges. However, to maximize the benefits while addressing the concerns, responsible research, regulation, transparency are crucial in the continued development and adoption of GMOs. The overarching benefits they often offer, and they demonstrate their potential to be a critical component of future global food production systems. We are unfortunately in a situation where, as I said earlier, power and control of this very important facet of the food supply chain is in the hands of a few. Which is a major concern, because, as I said, absolute power corrupts absolutely, and then the well-being of humanity is not taken into account, and it's just the bottom line and the profits that can be procured from this process. That is not what Islam wants. And therefore Muslims have to lead from the fore. We have to lead from the fore in the sense that we should be leaders in this particular field of scientific intervention, of scientific research. We have to invest in food science, and this is a major dilemma, that we have the scientists available, we have the HR, and we have the financial resources, yet we would rather spend it in areas besides food science, and that is a concern. So we urge Muslim countries, we urge Muslim organizations, and we urge Muslim scientists and professionals to really look at this area of investing in food science so that we are leaders and we can secure sustainable and responsible practices, because at the end of the day, khairun nas, the best of people are those who are beneficial to humanity. I mean, typically we are now faced with, and in closing, I'm just going to touch on this, cell-cultivated meat, which is a growing area of concern. It's being introduced already. And this is unfortunately the reality, that what scientists are doing today, industry will come to know much later. And once industry then formulates regulations and rules and legislation surrounding that particular item, there's another lengthy period of time before consumers actually get to know what's happening. And in that period, a few decades have passed already. Whereas if we are at the fore and in the leading area of this particular scientific interventions, we will be able to make a positive contribution, not only to Muslims, but to humanity as a whole. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide and accept us. And I thank you for your attention and my apologies for overstepping my time. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Hussein and everybody at GİMDES for this opportunity to discuss this important topic, which is evaluation of GMO technology in terms of halal and tayyib. Before I start, I would like to read a fatwa that was issued here in the United States by Sheikh Faraz Rabbani, in which he says that there's a number of scholarly bodies that deemed GMOs, genetically modified food, as permissible, provided they do not cause harm to humans, animals, and the environment. These include the Majma al-Fiqh al-Islami and Islamic Fiqh of Academy of India and Malaysia. Darul Iftar al-Ulama has also deemed it permissible. Discussions relating to the potential benefits and harms of GMO have been plentiful. The legal opinion that have been discussed about the permissibility of the GMO seldom discuss in detail how harm can be calculated and what levels and extent would potentially make such foods haram, since no such determination are admitted. It's difficult and it requires protracted periods of observation and must account for numerous factors. Nonetheless, we have been commanded to consume food that is not merely permissible, but wholesome, which is tayyib. Therefore, discussion on GMOs is not merely one of the permissibility, but it requires more serious and meaningful ethical discussions on how we as a community envisage wholesomeness, which is tayyib, in lifestyle and practices. So before I proceed to the details of halal and tayyib, I also want to share the agri-biotech workshop from Islamic scholars, and there was a resolution on the halal status of GMO and crop made on December 10, 2010. The International Workshop for Islamic Scholars, Biotech Sharia Compliance, jointly organized by the Malaysian Biotech Information Center, MABIC, and International Halal Integrity Alliance, was conducted in December in Penang, Malaysia. The participants adopted a resolution that accepts genetically modified crops and products such as halal ingredients used to develop them from halal sources. With a focus of alleviating existing food problems and poverty in the world today, the international workshops of Islamic scholars and experts on Sharia compliance agree on the following resolutions. Number one, Islam and science are complementary, and Islam supports the beneficial scientific innovations for mankind. Modern biotechnology and genetic engineering are important developments that merit promotion in all the Organization of Islamic countries members. Regulatory measures should facilitate the acceptance and the use of GMO products, particularly by Muslims. GMO and GM products as halal, as long as the sources from which they originate are halal. The only haram cases are limited to products derived from haram origin, for example, alcohol or pig, that their original characteristics that are not changed. Number two, modern biotechnology and genetic engineering are methods of plant improvement and instinctively are not different from other plant improvement techniques. Number three, ensuring food security. Our Islamic obligations require we urge all Muslim countries, international organizations, and research institutions to support research and development and the use of modern biotechnology, genetic engineering, and their products. Number four, because of their positive impacts on agriculture and the urgency of food security, the Muslim Ummah and the promotion of modern biotechnology are considered fardu kafiyah, which is collective obligation, just like when we have janaza for somebody who passes away, and should not be neglected from the Sharia point of view. Number five, public awareness and education of modern biotech and GM demand continuous interaction between Islamic scholars, scientists, and the general public. Number six, and that's the last, transparent and complete scientific information should be available to all the stakeholders for informed decision. This workshop was attended by high-ranking ulamas from Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, Iran, Malaysia, Indonesia, and scientists from Egypt and several Muslim countries in the OIC. Then it kicked off with the ulama presenting the principles of Sharia and the concept of halal, followed by scientists presenting the facts of GM technology, how to impact animal, human, and environmental safety, and socio-economical benefit. The resolution was adopted after deliberation between the scientists and the ulama, weighing all aspects and benefits and risk, and the need for technology in Organization of Islamic countries form the bulk of major importers. For reference, and this I give credit to MBIC, the workshop, it's on their website at bic.org.my. So I go to the next portion. My next portion will be on GMO and halal perspectives, how we bridge the gap between the standards and cooperation and discuss the coexistence on halal principles, concept, and purpose, and propose solutions to establish standardizing practice. First and foremost, the next item is, what are GMO? It is defined as genetically modified organisms. They are living organisms whose genetic material has been altered through biotechnology techniques. Example of GM in crops is like that it creates higher yield and highlight the in modern agriculture. So, for example, corn, which I'll get into later. The importance of halal signifies what is permissible and lawful under Islamic law, and the halal food with manifestation with ethical consumption and adherence to Islamic principles. The significance of halal certification process in ensuring compliance would require testing for foreign objects and in the products. We at USA Halal and ISWA Halal certification, we use food chain ID, which is well known all over the world, and they are ISO 17065 accredited. Now, the question is, are GMOs halal or haram? The concerns are contamination, which is the risk of mingling GMO and non-GMO during harvesting and transportation. Ambiguity, like we don't know the real details of the ingredients. The challenges of verifying them can be difficult, even with the testing of the labs. And also the ethical and health consideration. Just like some medications we have, they are GMO like insulin, but we do not know the full consequences, and we have the ethical dilemmas on that. So the Muslim dilemma in balancing their desire to provide halal food for their family and with unclear status of GMO in products he encountered. For example, corn with resistant insect that infect the corn weakens the product. Some corn are resistant to insects. They take the high gene of high resistant gene with high protection corn and with the corn with low resistance, and now it is high resistant and with high protection, then they will yield more and you'll have double or triple the yield. So halal certification bodies, biotech companies, and regulatory agencies can work together. The criteria is develop precise guidelines for determining halal status and traceability measures to collaborate to prevent cross-contamination. Real-world example are Malaysia's collaboration with biotech firms to produce halal vaccines. The scientific data on GMO safety is substantiated by extensive scientific research for over 10, 15 years now. The consensus is over 1,700 studies has been conducted globally, and they have affirmed the safety of GMOs. Endorsements by authorities such as WHO, FAO, FDA approve GMO consumption. Addressing GMO concerns entails clear labeling and advocate for mandatory GMO labeling. Some of the solutions would be to encourage biotech companies to share development and testing information. The ethical alignment is to promote and develop GMOs which will not conflict with halal principles, particularly the use of halal enzymes and additives. I will get into that later, the enzymes. We have conducted with our Sharia and Islamic affairs experts here at USA Halal and ISWA Halal Certification Department, who are also scientists. I'll go back to the simple and the most common example. Corn-resistant insect, which weakens the product, can be removed. And some corn are resistant to insects. So they take hygiene resistant one and join them with the high protection corn with the low resistance. As a result, the corn will become very high resistant and will yield a lot more to feed more people. Okay, another example is soybean. soybean oil. High protein and high oil is hard to find. It's either one or the other combining the genes. The idea is to have a plant that put good genes and of the other plants into the plant. American scientists have the opinion that there is no harm in GMO supported by major agricultural companies. But some European scientists say that the quick change in the GMO process is not good. Now, they may be in the minority, but it's a fact also. We need to take more time to do these studies. Tayyib means wholesome and natural and do not harm, do not have haram like pork or alcohol. So it will not harm people, and it is safe because it is not poisonous. So if GMO is harmful to human consumption, then it becomes haram. GMO has been in the market for about 30 years. So in 1973, some biochemists called Herbert Boyer and Stanley Cohen developed genetically engineering by inserting DNA into one bacteria into the other. In 1982, the US government, the Food and Drug Administration, approved the first consumer GMO product and developed through genetic engineering. For example, human insulin to treat diabetes. Next is GMO crops that were first introduced in the USA in 1994, about 30 years ago, 29, 30 years. What is the US FDA opinion? This is very important. The studies have shown that GMO do not affect you differently from non-GMO. FDA regulates most human and animal food, including GMO food. In doing so, FDA makes sure that food that are GMO or have GMO ingredients meet the same strict standards of all foods. FDA regulates most human and animal food, including GMO food. In doing so, we make sure that the food that are GMO and have GMO meet the strict standards as all other foods. And FDA sets and enforces the standards that those who produce, process, store, ship, sell this food must follow, no matter how the foods are created. Lastly, I want to mention about U.S. EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. They are responsible for human health and the environment, which includes pesticides. EPA regulates the safety and the substance that protect GMO plants, referred to as plant incorporated protectants, PIPs, that are some GMO plants to make them resistant to insects. EPA also monitors other types of pesticides that are used on crops, including GMO and non-GMO. Then there is a description on how FDO and EPA and USDA work, and they overlap there. In the middle, they have one agency that covers everything. Now, there is a small video which you can share later. The question comes to how can I tell if I'm eating GMO? Certain types of GMO have a disclosure that lets you know if the food or ingredients you're eating is bioengineered. The National Bioengineered Food Disclosure Standard defines that these foods that contain detectable genetic material have been modified and the lab technicians and cannot be created through conventional breeding. It comes back to the labeling. The standard established requirements for labeling that humans eat, and they may be bioengineered, and defines bioengineered foods as those that contain detectable genetic material and has been modified through certain lab techniques and cannot be created through conventional breeding, that means naturally in nature. The standard requires that by 2022, which is last year, food makers, importers, certain retailers of labeled foods that are by must show in their labeling. At that time, food sold in the US meet the definition, must have information in their packaging and using one of the approved methods by the USDA. Now, one of the important aspects of halal certification and GMO, it requires standardization. Procedures, standardization for GMO products. By incorporating GMO testing and verification into existing halal certification process, we must partner, the Muslim certification bodies with global halal certification bodies, not only in the US, to ensure the uniformity and acceptance. That is, for example, there are different standards in different countries. We must ensure that there is a uniformity and acceptance of the one global standard. Benefits of cooperation and trust and transparency is good for the consumers and supports ethical consumption. Better understanding, cooperation fosters a comprehensive understanding of GMO. Now, cooperation ensures broader range of halal certified products, increasing options for the Muslim consumers. The international standards of the World Halal Council may have different opinions and adulteration of GMO products, so we must advocate for international cooperation and development for universally accepted halal GMO halal guidelines. That is what we have to do next, because this is a new area, it's not normal. Okay, participation organizations would be suggested for, have been suggested for OIC countries, the Codex Alimentarius Commission of the FAO, to create these global standards and for halal, SHMIC, GSO, ISO, GCC, IAC, GAC, and all the Indonesian and Malaysian standards. In conclusion, the importance of GMO and halal coexistence is critical for our human needs to feed the world, because we are hungry, we are more people, and we need the food. The four major GMO crops are soybeans, cotton, corn, and canola. In addition, you have sugar beets, zucchini, rice, tomato, potato, alfalfa, peas, etc., etc. The benefits of GMO products included pest resistance, herbicide tolerance, disease resistance, and cold tolerance, drought tolerance, and salinity for the salt. So there are also health risks involved in GMO, like toxicity of the herbicides, effects on kidneys, and female may develop breast cancer tumors. Last but not least, Islam allows and accepts the use of all science and innovation for the benefit of mankind, as long as they achieve health benefits and don't lead to harmful effects. I close this presentation with a consensus with the USA that GMO can be certified halal only after we verify. Then I have some references, and will tell you a little bit more about USA halal in the slide, and I open for any questions you have. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear brothers and sisters, I'd like to say hello to everyone first of all, and I'd like to thank GİMDES group for organizing this event. Studying modern and traditional medicine at the University of Medipol in Üsküdar, I have worked as pharmacist academician in this universities for years on traditional and prophetic medicine. I'm working on creating awareness today. Transfer this presentation to you. I'd like to first of all state some concepts. There are points that need to be emphasized, especially one of the concepts is the concept of health. It is depicted by World HALAL Organization, and we are applying this methodology in Istanbul too. Even if the criticism is viewed in terms of numbers, it is a common concept. Not only the absence of disease or infirmity, but also the absence of physical and mental things. Why social assistance is such a good deed? According to this definition, which can be criticized, it is not really a health condition. Could it be possible? Sometimes from time to time it is possible. Sometimes it is based on place. Health related to a certain period of time, also affiliated with the World Health Organization. There is a sense of a meta activities related to improving the baby's health level. There's the same thing to do all in health policies in all countries. The country with health standards, thus it creates an infrastructure, transfer of diseases from country to country, preventing, and the concept of healthcare. Health services, diagnosis and treatment services, rehabilitation services, and development services, preventive health services are such examples. In other words, eliminating disease factors before the disease occurs. To this person, to an environment, correcting the disease state, restoring physical and mental skills, and establishing a better concept for this regard. Improving health status, we can express it as one of the other concepts is the concept of healing from traditional to modern, because in all religions and all beliefs, concept of healing in nations and other in different meanings could be expressed as physical or spiritual. Ending the disease, getting rid of the disease, as can be expressed as with self-powered protection system, illness protection from such diseases, and it can also be expressed as salvation. Sometimes treating a disease means healing the patient himself or herself. It occurs sometimes in the sense of medicine. Sweat, it is also expressed as curing the disease of ignorance. The concept of healing is mentioned in 6 places in the Quran. All in divine religions is also expressed. Health is ordered to dry up. Prophets ﷺ also stated this curement. When we look at our other concept, there is concept of treatment. Our health brings the individual back to her former health. Good more, the set of medical procedures performed to transfer special therapy, special treatment, call it therapy. There is also the concept of healer. There is a doctor. Are many healthcare institutions functioning today? A healer, especially in this case, is essentially for someone who's causes healing. It is Allah who creates this disease, and also the God Almighty Subhanahu wa Ta'ala creates healing. Healer in the treatment of disease is Allah Himself in the first place, and then of course the healers in the sense of doctors. And in this case, doctors only acts as intermediary in his or her recovery, in the patient's recovery, because true healing comes from Allah. Again, one of our women went to the healing hospital, place for our religion. There is this concept of disease, a gland formed by, sometimes a symptom is free, sometimes a change of task, sometimes clear. It may be the case. When we look at the historical process from past to present, common to disease detection methods, we see that it is one from here, physical examination, physician's examination. My mother does not question when and how, imagining or imaging methods and battery methods, biopsy devices, and special tests, identifying diseases. Historically, different methods have been used in different treatments and of certain diseases. Sometimes, from time to time, the method can be used together. Medication, surgery, physical therapy, rehabilitation, special therapies from the past improve social environmental activities, traditional and complementary methods with medical device. Food supplement. Again, we see that prayer, charity, and repentance are also used in traditional medicine, which is of crucial importance in the first place for religious people or for humanity from the aspect of Islam. Expression of cleanliness or nutrition and similar historical medicine. When we look at the process illness, they were thinking in the context of 1,000 and clergy. They reached their treatment in the ancient Turks. Shamans also performed religious ceremonies. They're trying to cure diseases. Again, in the Christian world, the health of clergy, it could be really interesting too. Again, as a nurse, he knows a little bit about what he placed. In the Middle Ages, diseases are divine punishment for a sinful lifestyle. It is believed like this. From this process, when we look at the negative factors affecting garlic, how do we get sick? That's the number one question that we need to ask to ourselves. What are the points we lost on our right overview? Let's see on concepts how many genetic factors are there that we are talking about, and even if it's a small amount, it is still healthy. From selective negative factors, again, diseases, accidents, physical, environmental, social, biological, nutrition, passive life, technology. Even passive life, I can say this, it's losing sometimes our health. Happens because of that. Ibn Sina's teacher, Razi, says that treatment with nutrition is really important. Those who have no treatment, simple drugs. Those who have no treatment, compound drug could be used. Again, technology is now much better compared to the past, and how much daily life become easy is easily could be seen by our eyes. Even though it seems negatively affected, use bond with factors such as life affect in a negative way. No more forgetfulness could be seen. The report card has arrived. Doing the same job yesterday. Natural disasters, psychological reasons for disbelief, a new definition of health for the new world. How is your well-being now? It played a role in Kuşadası, especially evil eye and magic spells. Scientifically, it came true. And social media has negative effects on human health too. We cannot forget this factor too. Digital games cause people to suffer from diseases such as obesity. It gave rise to harmful habits and, most importantly, endless desires and other desires too. Negative factors affecting our health. How do we look at this? Which of this makes us sick? In case of a drug-related well-being or a change in our lifestyle, our health are on arrival to play a role. Again, in study conducted in Turkey, we can see that the diseases that kill the most and their risk factors, 51% of your lifestyle, 19% of genetic factors, and 20% inadequacy of health services, and 10%. Something is effective in giving. Our way of life causes our disease. So basically, the role play here is general characteristics of health services. If not so, now all health policies in all countries, in all religions in the world require this, and it cannot be postponed. Now, private sector avoid difficulty because of the expenses is really high, and vocational municipalities are required. A waste is one of the sensitive areas of society. To see yesterday and today in health, yesterday has passed, today is happening, but there is also a future, of course. Yesterday, when there was a paper-based recording system in healthcare services, today we enter much better system in today's world. Hospital information systems quality in health perception, again, has got much better, and the professional responsibility is also higher compared to the past. Online telephone appointment system is being used in our current lives for today. So it is happening, and so what awaits us in the future in the 21st century? How can we adjust ourselves accordingly? First of all, it is safe, effective, patient-oriented, efficient, and timely. Garniture expressed here, harm, passions, very important. First, I do not harm, preventing overuse, wrong or missing on time again. Delayed service is not a service. So early treatment diagnosis extensively reduce the damage and equitable approach is being applied. And among the health goals of the new century, modern from the past to the present, and going from the traditional to modern, this medical service changes drastically. What is demand for health literacy in health is another question that we need to be addressed. Let's take a look at this. Scientific development and new technologies increase in the occurrence of chronic diseases. Maintenance services becoming mandatory, legal regulations and professional inadequacy. You cannot get information if it is not on place. And ancient medicine, understanding the importance of medicines, the ancient medicine is also important. Inability to use regular medication, it's a kind of problematic situation that is being caused. And let's take a look at the constant use of medication. Societies search for radical solutions and medicines become inadequate. Search for halal treatment and medicine becomes a kind of standard for Muslims in the first place. Developments in BB consumer rights here are the factors that change medical services wait for us. Keeping up with these changed factors can be the answer. We set modern and traditional medicine. Let's see what these concepts mean to us. World Health Organization's definition is physical and soul. In addition to preventing diseases, diagnosing, curing, or treating them, it's very important for different cultures to be used in maintaining health. Scientific theory is explained based on beliefs and experiences. Sometimes knowledge, skills, and practices are a whole. So, for example, he came to a world that was removed from a culture. Where it comes from, in a world rising and complementing non-integrated rice with the medicine is a problematic situation once again. Complementary is sometimes called alternative, but the concept of alternative not used in the medical community anymore, and it's also a problematic kind of perspective that we see. Psychological mechanisms with minimal intervention. It aims to correct the loss of structure and function. Integrated methods, functional creek and selling the root cause movement, but what matters from past to present, human as a whole, with its physical, emotional, social, and spiritual dimensions. So what does the Modern Medicine Commission do with this approach we call medicine? New developments in technological opportunities, chronic diseases are on the rise, unfortunately. Can't give the situation emergencies in the hospital, at patient clinics, patients who are not recovering, a huge hospital today is needed. Ancient medicine is now traditional medicine, brings to the fore, well, we said all the Velcro, what actually is this holistic medicine? It goes back to the earlier times. A whole day approach to the individual is important. Besides physical discomfort, considering the psychological effects is showing our tomorrow, basically it helps humanity find peace and goodness in the future as well. There is a patient, not a disease. For that reason, you consider all the parameters of experiencing the disease where medicine is at the forefront. So a person, how do you feel about knowing that you have a disease? It is important to know that the person is sick because all treatment in every disease fault is on the shoulder of every human being, I can say. As we have just stated, spiritual emotional thought is also really of importance. Hippocrates in this case says that the natural healing power within us is an important source of healing. In other words, in Hulusi medicine, only the patient is treated. A new Persian story about the patient, the human being, the universe, and life. They want, or rather touristic medicine, we say it. Jem is basically showing the way. It's up to the captain again. Ref to him. It's the real part. Steer the ship. We said traditional and complementary medicine based on this, especially in 2014. Our health legislation has been established, and physicians, especially physician trainings determined by the ministry and perform under the supervision of the other physicians, because the application emerges. Distinguish between right and wrong and distinguishing between good and bad is our traditional kind of approach. In its applications, medical plants in treatment with natural products such as probiotics, meditation, acupuncture, in mind and body medicine, massage from physical manipulation. There are applications such as in this regulation, there are currently 15 different methods of ghitat management in the Republic of Turkey. Officially, it is used as in treatments in public hospitals, private hospitals, university hospitals. When it comes to the physician at medical center, these are applied in phytotherapy, for example, acupuncture, cupping therapy, leech hypnosis, and ozone mesotherapy, epitherapy, prototherapy is being applied as well in modern day medicine. These methods we mentioned, now starting from this, one of the oldest treatment methods from past to present is treatment with plants. The basis of this pharmacology is a branch of science that is basic science in pharmacy. So they are obtained from plants or animals. There are sub-branches here, essential oils derived from aromatherapy plants and the pantry. Well, therapy and home, their disease treatment with these substances that can be removed in healthy people we may find. So again, there is a treatment from past to the present. Let's look at the issue of Hajj. Temperament is a fact that has been practiced since ancient times and then forgotten. Getting tired means getting confused. On the body, there are liquids. Yes, there are four main foundations in the formation: air, water, earth, and fire. In certain proportions of this interference as it improves soil quality. And humans especially, because it was created from soil, because the human body also contains these elements in a certain amount. In Ottoman medicine, it was named after its mother Erba. This is recorded theory as a theory of pathology or pathology took over, so different species on Earth, air, water, earth, fire is different everywhere. With their formation create human. These raw materials use difference and richness in individuals who have eliminated monotony, create equality, and be expressed. The material body that constitutes the human being, material food adventures, and of course the nutrition in this case is really of importance. I think there was a problem with the internet connection, so we may actually continue. Yes, so if we continue from another aspect, this understanding disappears and its people are forgotten because now drug factories especially are emerging, but in our different languages. The screen appears again. One of these, Pasteur, the scientist who discovered it in his sickbed. He was right, because that's true. It expresses in a way from the perspective of killing germs. The conditions in which microbes can form, that is 1,000 microbes will kill. If you eliminate the Lord, this is a radical solution. A little bit of Islamic medicine could be applied in this case. Let's look at this in wane development. Islamic medicine was developed through the translation of foreign sources, and later Muslim medicine in 7th and 8th centuries has got developed really extensively. Just like your people, it continued with the introduction of medical prophethood in the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Emerge what comes out, and the medical doctors of that period paid, especially Hazrat Rufayda Ismail, for Halis. Later Islamic medicine, main thing Razieh, Ibn Sina, and this November is called Ben Zahter, sometime or something like the season. Medical doctors appear and it forms the basis. Islam has always been both human, and he gave importance to the environment, and its protection is really important too. He taught in madrasas, and here we call it mudarris, self-opened hospitals. Yes, we need to slowly gather our presentation like this. So what do we understand when we say of the Prophet? Material and spiritual lifestyle, well-being, a healthy life, just like a phone has a user manual, a guide in your body, a guide in your blood. There is a user manual, medical or Tibbi Nebi, we call it, different parts separated, starting from preventive medicine, social education and infection control, personal development, nutrition, hair health is good for your skin, and oral health is good. So we took this discipline because prophets are exemplary personalities. There are words that the Prophet himself put into the practice during his time. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. There are also treatment methods guaranteeing cauterization, medication use, cupping, leech treatment with water, touch. It's called another treatment which is called ruqya is also being applied. We could say that it is in the sense of getting rid of this bad spirits and dropping water into the nose. Today, medicine and healthy education, faculty of medicine, dentistry, pharmacy, faculty, vocational schools, and in vocational high schools, there are sections and internal medicine departments. They have such a broad perspective to this thing. Yes, when you're divided into so many parts, you can find a whole. That is in solving a person. Branches here, it comes from the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. In its core is preventive medicine. We mean health as right. So public health in medicine, community health, medicine important in preventing bans, welcome and environmental precautions and personal precautions under the name. Some ban wires I expressed here, provision of water resources, control of solid waste, control of harmful creatures, control of air pollution, control of noise pollution, occupational health, disinfection, and etc. Things that matter at heart. Description, nutrition, regulation, but child health extremely fertile. Health education and personal education is really important factors. Founded on the preventive medicine is our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Drying is better than the treatment. Pay attention to the cleanliness of Islamic body clothes, eating place, and the environment, because protecting your health and treatment is really, really important. It's easier, cheaper, and more efficient. Not only healthcare personnel, but also parents and teachers are important in improving the health of the society. Persons, those who run palm open places, do many things, multidisciplinary. And study, but see there is also usurpation of health. Global health is important. In this case, we can say global health policy. The medical institution as an uncontrolled authority. First of all, the disease teach on our body what to do at home. Sometimes there is an extreme situation in countries for healthy people, and of course, it's really important to have the combination of natural and shortened synthetic sources. We can express Islam in the sources, basically, and things that are forbidden are essentially out of bounds. This means that pork and pork products are products of animals other than pork that are not halal at all. Only Islamic ears can be cut off. Products of unslaughtered animals, animals slaughtered in names other than Allah, and alcohol, especially intoxicating alcohol. In other words, vulnerability from. Let's see why do people do this. Consumer silence is really a critical point in this case. Under fatwa of necessity, there is nothing, of course, alternative development. So you say something is forbidden, you don't put anything in its place. What was needed, heedlessness and weakness of faith have brought Muslims to today's situation, unfortunately. And of course, for pharmaceutical companies, every untreated patient is a loss. We need to be aware of this fact. The philosophy of multi-pharmaceutical company, don't kill but don't heal. The aim is medicine for the sick, food or health. Thinking and knowing the universe was created to serve humanity. We gotta be aware of this factor. We should not forget the following hadith of Prophet Muhammad regarding the baby, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we gotta be aware of all of the teachings of our lovely beloved Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Dear brothers and sisters, today we're talking about modern medicine and traditional treatments. We will have a short conversation of 20 minutes. Although it was planned, the details of our work can be found in our books, or YouTube channels, or any other academic publications that we published so far. So you can be and you can follow, dear friends. First of all, traditional medicine practices are planned more on getting to the root, not the mother symptoms, but rather it targets stroke. That's why we call as a reason. You can think of diseases when we get to the root. Modern medicine, the most important issue that he didn't take into the consideration was the cell. Cleaning and repairing the cell is really of importance. Processes such as new entrant implementation in modern medicine, nothing was followed. More regulating an elevated blood pressure, or to make happy by seeing something elevated, or open an existing vein, that are considered a success, and treatments are thus. When we get to the truth, these are make repeated and continuous drug use. This is the way on one side. Always by using these drugs it causes some problems. Well, if I tell you something like this, if it were possible, even if it is possible, you clean a cell again and direct it to the task, what would happen? How would you contribute to the treatment of diseases? How does the table progress? Giving this an example, you work in an office, let it be an architecture office and an engineering office, and in this office our architect receives a certain amount of salary while working. These projects have a specially equipped computer to do, and while doing all this he becomes motivated, that is, he does this job himself, one where they treat him like a human. There is living space. And of course, I'm asking you, while this person is performing his current work, if we do not pay our salary for this reason, what would happen as a result? Or if you buy the computers you have with all this job waiting, getting results, what's the probability? This is not possible. In these conditions, this person seems to have no chance of producing results. He's not going to be able to stay because he's out of motivation. Because even if he wants to work, he will find himself in the environment. You don't have a punctured vehicle, needs equipment, no computer or programming or anything. All this brings to the end of the work there. But the architect, engineers continue to be there. And imagine with your eyes standing there, the cell is standing there, and the cell, all the blood flows, looks good too. Despite all this, the visual acuity of the eye is lost. Nearsighted space mission and double vision. What's going on? What's going on? He's asking. Here, the mentioned study, he does not find any crime in the mentioned study. We are the cell. We can't see the effect and get the results. When we ask, I tell you that we did not provide food for the eye cells. It spoiled the working environment. That's why we will meet right now. He lost his vision and lost his ability to see. What are we doing, friends? We are wearing glasses. Supports the ability to bury. Is there any mistake in this? Of course not. There is a mistake here. No one would. It is an approach and it is correct. You get results because it doesn't rely on that number. If you find this normal and in the end now you're showing it, you'll be unable to see it all. You think this is it? Well, now I'm looking at it upside down. I say this eye cell. The reason why it doesn't work is because of contamination, and I took that contamination into the account. I did a detox and cleansed the body. Then I said that this eye cell, it's unpaid salary basically. So salary, some foods, I started to get those pictures going to that cell, to that eye. I opened the vascular access, that is, I performed a detox for the veins. A detox that opens the vascular pathway and as well as a nutrient that nourishes the eyes and cells, and now all this in Union District. Over the time, I saw that this cell returned to its function once again because we have cleansed it properly. Just like an architect who does not do his job in a workplace, when I think about salaries again, I'll buy a new computer. It's like it's now operational, nutrition, and I looked at the treatment relationship this way. That is what a person needs to be treated, basic information. The information to the question, first of all, why is not working? Why is it lacking in functions? I believe that that person should first cleanse his body, and regarding this I studied chemistry before the faculty of medicine. Nutrition in a way that integrates the chemistry of food with biochemistry of the body. Planned well. I believe that humans should develop chemically appropriate nutritional methods. You reminded me what the emotional world is. I said the emotional world is a commander. If you feed very well, even if you produce great cells with high quality, remind me of the fact that this runs that cell. I mean, your basically emotions run that cell. So I say you can have good soldiers. I mean, it's like having good cells. Having good soldiers is not enough because you also need a good commander who is good and talented. He once again led magnificently equipped army. It needs a commander of the same quality. Then it is necessary to remind a good commander to be a commander because you are in the top level and you're calling out, but the cells does not basically obey your commandment. Fear, panic, anxiety, unrest, and surrender to a commander who's not really good at all. Therefore, these high-quality cells, will you be afraid of the quality of service they will serve you? Fair, high quality you will receive from its basically course in a very high quality. This means you will live with the spirit of the world. So if you don't laugh at the failing, being well fed will not be enough for your treatment. You will not find the answer to the question why there are deficiencies. The participation of physical integrity is also traced in this way. People in the healing process, in fact, even if they are aware that they are sick due to malnutrition, that is, to our listeners, for a similar feeling, for example, people are right with wrong guidance. Even though we agree on this, nevertheless, unfortunately, you think about the answer to the question when you are thinking of answer. Is it possible to develop through nutrition? Actually, I got surprised, and I will surprise you and made you think maybe about the possibility of the such thing. I need to remind you of the philosophy that people can get up from where they fall. Yes, people become ill. He or she will get better by feeding again. Even without nutrition, he have been practiced about healing, treatments, practices, approaches will remain incomplete, they will remain forever. Yes, one touch of course. It will contribute, but it will not be able to manage the processes related to the permanence of the touch. Why do you think? Because people had already become ill due to malnutrition. They were sick with wrong feelings. Am I correct? But I gave the person a medicine. I made a mess. I tried to give way. I didn't contribute to the person. I have tried this supplement. It is worth more than my head. It relieves the symptoms easily, attack, but it does not cure. Actually, many of you are aware of the fact that it does not cure you. I think you must have experienced it because we have lived in our world. When we're talking about nutrition, of course, first of all, since we're calling it cleaning, we use a special technique to clean an intestinal system. Make it happen after liver with a special approach. That is having a practice called rejuvenating fasting. Right now, lots of aging. What we experience is what we are sure of as we get older. With a method, people experience intermittent hunger. they try to cure you with water diets, but you can take these efforts again, and it gives you good news that they will get the results that is needed. The results they get will be in the direction of healing the diseases. The fault in this starvation process is what we call anabolic, that is destruction and construction cycle. And of course the style. Since the destruction is too strong, the diseased cells will be destroyed and will begin to heal here. It will open a door. However, since the building was left unattended, new cells will go wrong. What if the wrong protein from oxidized structures comes? Because it will be produced. The burden brought by this oxidation will be starting the aging. We will be sharing details on how to actually install it with you. So far, in weight management resulting from manufactured results that make people swim upstream. Why do you gain or lose weight? This approach eats away at your metabolism. I would like to remind you that it is necessary to get rid of this approach because people generally can get permanent results in sustainable methods. Otherwise, a temporary method would not do anything to you. You go through the process of losing weight, then you lose it and gain more weight back because there is longing for bread and food. It is not a fat. How can he lose weight and restrict calories? Of course, it's too much difficulty. This year, as the body enters the austerity policy, your hands will be cold and your field will be cold as you enter into the contract. Your hair will fall out, but you lose weight. Look, you lose weight. You are very happy. What happens next? What you miss is old bread. What you miss is fatty foods. High in fact, they are oxidizing foods. You will have to gain a high level of weight again with shitty food. We have no choice because you missed it. It didn't happen to me either. In fact, you can do everything you love in one place by developing methodology that transforms everything. We will be sharing the practicality of losing weight. I want you to know, stay with your lover. I really hope that it was enlightening for you and really taking you to the insights of the core of the beliefs that we have here. So I hope that it was really enlightening for you and useful for you, and I hope this material will be used in the positive manners in order to be able to heal from the diseases in the correct way. I'd like to thank on my behalf to Dr. Hüseyin Khan Büyükezer for GİMDES' support with regard to enlightening and conveying the right message to the society, to our Muslim brothers and sisters. So I'd like to thank my colleagues under the GİMDES as well, and I'd like to know if you have some questions regarding this topic. I would more than happy to be able to answer your questions. Once again, brothers and sisters, I would like to thank you so much for listening me from very beginning until the end, and I hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope that you will use this practice in order to be able to enlighten yourself, and of course in order to be able to apply it to your lives by cleansing your whole body regarding the diseases. Dear brothers and sisters, thank you once again. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Dear brothers and sisters. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Yes, good day everyone. Welcome to the 15th International Halal and Tayyib Products Conference. I'm Associate Professor Mustafa Kemal, and I'm in the branch of Holistic and Functional Residual Medicine. And with you today, we're going to talk about traditional and modern medicine. I'll give you brief information. First of all, I'd like to once again greet you all again with respect and love. Yes, medicine is as old as human history, and old and very ancient. During the field of science, when we look at it, the purpose of medicine is to help people, ensuring a complete recovery both emotionally and physically. Because people appear to be focused on their needs. The discipline of natural medicine draws on the religious beliefs and social structures of the indigenous people by taking advantage of the natural products around you and using recently scientifically based methods by developing therapeutic and preventive approaches. Affirming evolved over thousands of years. The development of medicine is really like this. And when we look at history, historical human beings are as old as history. In this process, public health and medical practices are really important. Today's people have developed in a way that allows them to live longer and better quality lives than ever before in human history. However, despite the widespread power and promise of modern medical science, it still affects a large part of humanity. Do or do not choose to do the practices. Most people choose traditional alternative medicine. There are many reasons for this. We'll talk about them shortly. Of course, with globalization, the change in disease phenomenon is really important in this case. The idea that naturalness is free from side effects is the one that attracts people. Conventional medicine is insufficient to cure some diseases. As you know, chronic diseases have increased dramatically all over the world. We call it non-communicable diseases. That's how it proliferates, and hypertension, diabetes, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and cause of death increase due to these diseases. Due to increased side effects of course, medications and similar reasons, many people apply traditional methods in their applications with regard to curing the diseases. In addition, the use of these methods is temporary for years. Of course, what we call traditional folk medicine is the one that is being preferred most of the time. It's being prioritized. The fields approach holistically, and the sole purpose of these treatments is not to treat the body, but also to treat the body in and itself. The understanding the soul also tries to heal. How long does this methodology last? Available, of course, modern medicine. We are all in the modern field. Modern faculty of medicine is also in places is being used where it cannot reach those who cannot afford it. I said it traditional and complementary. It comes into play, and with the technology of modern medicine, the two are becoming synthesized, reaching healing to people. It actually makes the road easier. Look at this way. So traditional concepts that we can talk about, folk medicine, and they're basically being used in the treatment of diseases by taking advantage of things that are more natural, and it emerges naturally. Information obtained through the observation and trial and error has been passed on from generation to generation through culture for centuries. It formed the basis of medical science. For years, this is what we call ethnography and botany. So if we have teachers and friends who are trying, they also know this subject very well. There are recent studies, and currently the studies are ongoing as well, and very good results are coming out of the studies, and there are also very useful results that can be obtained through the synthesis of science and modern medicine. Although, of course, if we take a look at this, why did bed treatments become popular? What was missing in modern medicine that made it popular? Lifespan extension. In parallel, the increase in chronic diseases that are impossible and difficult to name, problems caused by side effects of medications most of the time, and chemical and some innovations therein. It's inevitable. Nature is not fitter. It's free from such side effects. And of course, environmental pollution is being found in the pharmaceutical industry in countries, in industrialized societies, and the world depends on it actually. So just enough failure to take precautions, increase sensitivity to it. The need to strengthen health behavior is really important, and new technologies have high prices, unfortunately, because healthcare personnel cannot allocate enough time to patients. When you look at the world, there is a significant difference in terms of health. Lack of personnel in this sense too. I can't spare enough time for these reasons. So traditional practices, that is GITAT practices, applications, drop no applications, more science, of course. These practices vary from country to country, that is from culture to culture. Especially using these applications, the factors depend on human cultures. So religious beliefs are also effective in this kind of approaches, and it varies according to the traditions and lifestyles. Again, of course, structural research is also really important. So we have to talk about this scientifically, and all scientific research has shown that in the past diseases were used as treatments. From modern foundation, the history of alternative practices that expresses the transformed version of traditional practices. Modern pharmacy's establishment and creation of areas of specialization in medicine. In the modern era, there are a lot of set goals and to protect patients and the medical world from uneducated people. So I said alternative treatment methods, they are complementary. It is more accurate to say in the methods become embodied and pervasive. Of course, when we look at it from the other side, there is no disease, there is patient in this expression. Of course, now with the logic that there is no patient, there is a disease, that is, it's alienated from the patient. So applied to observe, Hippocrates' definition of disease stems from the concept of body intervening in disease agents. The main thing in the fight is the patient's own nature. Appears before us, he began this healing challenge with some helpful aids that he knew were helpful. So nature, human nature, nature essentially helping him, her on the path to the healing, basically. And you know, there is a mode, first do no harm. In this regard, before doing any harm, this person available helping the patient get better and get better. We are doctors here. Those who work in the field are not only those who distribute healing, but also it is also a tool that informs people about person's health conditions. We understand its structure, that is, preventive medicine is essentially at the forefront. There is already this in the world. Indeed, the world is focusing on this in a very widespread way right now. In this sense, we also focus on preventive medicine. At the point of preventive medicine, efforts need to be increased. Our country, when we look traditional and complementary medicine practices by issuing regulations, earn a very nice standard, because these applications, traditional apps, out of the applications, sometimes the patient practices that threaten your health, to escape from and suffer from it. To protect clients, this regulation is very important. It has been active since 2014, that is for the last 10 years. Really, especially physicians, dentists, for pharmacists, my area too. Many I have attended, these applications have become a certification program, and now they are actually being taught. So, and certification programs are being organized. So what are among these? If I were to list them here, is the less certified, like the certified trainings on this subject in Turkey is really popular. When the pandemic intervened, it become less actually effective physically, but of course the online education has also continued. And phytotherapy ozone applications with a high probability of opening homeopaths and cupping application, and cupping, you know, it's like the methodology that is being applied for many centuries, and carries application that has been really profound in this application methodologies, and used in many places, especially in Anatolia. Our people have applied it themselves. And mesotherapy, especially application regarding bees, with both bees and products, and protherapy, osteopaths, and also like reflexology, and also in the fields right now certified trainings are being given, and there is a standard for each and every single one of them, and it would take hours to explain the history of medicine here in such a short time. So let's just move on a bit. And of course, we can separate the modern medicine with traditional medicine. Maybe these are the ones you saw when they were separated in modern medicine. Among these, antibiotics are really important and discovered of X-rays and painkillers treatments and use in X-ray and tumor treatment, blood transfusion, dialysis, robotic surgery, and there is a lot of progression in these fields. It can be counted among the amazing and mind-blowing developments, basically. Most of us are now only concerned with the people on Earth and the people who will be sent to the space. Even if it does not happen, the people who got to space will also be the ones who got to space. A separate check health education to meet physiological meaning needs. It also organizes this. When we look at it, thanks to the scientific and technological developments, the risk of diseases has increased. Average life expectancy has increased. Reasons for increase, relatively speaking, for the sake of what we call chronic diseases that re-emerged. So this is the issue the world is struggling with the most right now. Of course, it is our wish all these positive developments in modern medicine, first in traditional medicines understanding and in modern medicines understanding, its elements are being applied hopefully, and using it for the benefit of humanity is the one that is really of essential importance. The ability to use arguments, of course, on the road, he says that the medicine would not be an alternative. Normally it is already an alternative. There is no such approach. It is a substitute for something alternative. When modern tip replaces one of them, his sana actually becomes something different. Then what do we call this once we complete it? With traditional approaches, so it gets more beautiful, but synthesizes and has different approaches. So this is essentially the diversity of the matter. There are regions from transition. In addition of this, there are complementary methods. Some of these can be traditional and some can be innovative. I just mentioned it. The treatment from there is a new treatment. Isn't copying a traditional treatment that has been practiced for thousands of years. Isn't it traditional for thousands of years? Mesotherapy is one of the more recently used methods, and it's quite popular as well. And to be modern, commercially major support prevents side effects. It helps us treat diseases more quickly and provide a better quality of treatment. There are people who think that modern therapy is an alternative, but actually it's not like that. There are people, for example, organizations that are truly in safe hands with quality and standardization, alternative nutrition, pregnancy in institutions, complementary, alternative treatment methods, scientific, and the framework of that is also available. Experts on this subject are present around the world in transitional institutions. There are studies on this, Getafe, and our centers are related to this. There are application centers and training centers supporting people on their path to healing. The most important point here, where is this complementary treatment, and of course, modern treatment center. You have them under your control. When we look at Islamic medicine, the concept of medical prophethood is also, in fact, this is a morality that is medical ethics. Our culture is based on type of it, because Allah Almighty is wanting basically the best for the human beings. It has given human rights to the power of self-healing. This is what we call the famous system of this period, the immune system. Together with the immune system, we came across this during this period that was a great importance. Diseases are part of the process before they become chronic, caused by the person himself. It is very important for one to reflect on the path of healing without diminishing it. Our Prophet والسلام, in Medical Nabawi, and there have been many suggestions and recommendations on this subject. We know, especially in the food and drinks, of course, whether in daily life, in our daily behavior, there are approaches that contribute greatly to our path to healing in every aspect of our lives. There are many works and many books related to the genre. This can also be read apart from that when we look at Ibn Sina. Great genius. Genius also helps you in many areas. The work from the works of Ibn Sina. It's quite popular. Approximately works in Europe, and it's been a bit like forgotten, we can say. It's very important, although knowing the natural value of these works. In the early period, we translated it into our own language. It was a helpful topic, but unfortunately, Ibn Sina's, it was translated to our language, but it's not being given the basically the interest that it deserves, basically what we can say. And first countries in Europe translated this to themselves, and they were taught in medical schools in Europe. The students they read this, and so basically these approaches. Well, here is the law book. What can I say? It's a heirloom, of course. It belongs to the sheriff. And many such good quality in the works of Istanbul Medical World. By exclusion, after that, we should not move. By adapting this work basically to our day, yes, to present day, modern, basically by making a synthesis with their approaches, we need to present people and distance in the new generation students. Let me see, look at this in Europe, especially this modern medicine together. It should be evaluated. And we explained that it should be revealed with methods based on scientific evidence. And we explained that in his studies, it was done intensively. Yes, especially intensively, but to what extent it is being actually used, that is a matter of question. Unfortunately, in today's world, especially when we're looking at the medicine subjects, the application of this genius approaches are not really relevant to modern day medicine subjects that are being taught in the university. Unfortunately, this is the situation, and basically, as Muslims, we gotta make sure that our genius Ibn Sina's basically approaches are being taught in the medicine subjects, and of course, it has a great impact. It should not be forgotten that it has a great impact on students, and it could foster basically their approach in the traditional and modern medicine, and in the basically synthesizing basically of those two is really of essential and critical importance, what we can say about that. And once again, it should be evaluated. We explained that it should be revealed with methods based on scientific evidence, and we explained that in his studies it was done intensively, in Ibn Sina's studies especially. We provide this piece of information when we look at it in general terms. The distinction between traditional medicine and modern land registry is also definite. Scientific matter within the causal relationship, while it requires, according to the studies, traditional medicine is based on beliefs and experience rather than logical scientific connections. But to what extent this is correct, I do not personally think that this is kind of correct, because most of the time it's the spiritual part is also really important in this case. A program of practices based on experience. Well, while researching traditional medicine, I also read a lot about the history of medicine. It was already a subject I have been studying for years. Taken from the Aztecs at work, as well as Chinese medicine in Egypt, for example, and etc. Many different applications and point on faith and religious basically kind of approaches to medicine, and there are now 2 medical applications in Chinese Tibet. There are students studying in traditional Chinese medicine and normal modern medicine in faculties, in fact. And You see, there we're talking about life energy. The balance of the world is mentioned like this. People, the path to healing, these are basically useful, and traditional medicine over the years now, World Health Organization to achieve the goal of health for all by 2020. For 2000, aim to actively support traditional medicine all over the world. It was the plan. So now it seems that the last 200 years, the past as modern, in the last 200 years, the past is modern. What we say, when it starts to get difficult at certain points. In traditional medicine was supported by activating the World Health Organization announced what we need to know. Traditional medicine systems in the Western bar have progressed separate paths in mutual antipathy. A more realistic European set against traditional medicine to prevent harmful practices and support beneficial ones. Valuable knowledge and skill that has proven to examine what they have gained in the light of modern science. It strives to facilitate of course, how interconnected are traditional and modern medical practices. Although they seem like two separate medical systems, when we look at these methods, their common goal is to heal the patient. Healing people, some of the medicines of modern medicine are now so common that they can be called traditional and have been used for generations of medicines. Is it an indication that is being reproduced among the public? Especially traditional medicine is the field of knowledge application and of medicinal plants known to be resource-consuming in modern medicine. Work by experts who contribute to modern medicine by examining the substances and plants. The presence of a field in pharmacognosy is also an indication of this. Of course, as I just told you, especially in the field of phytotherapy, acupuncture, and get it in other applications, modern medicine. There are many areas where it is used in traditional medicine. What we strive for is human health, of course. Here's a brief example. The herbalist's knowledge of imaginative medicines is at an important point. So to speak, there is increasing knowledge of these herbal remedies around the world. It has a very large popular map. We all experience this, we all use it or recommend it. Among these modern methods that I will call alternative, herbal medicines and modern treatment inside each other completely show like actually we see this as a whole. Supports when we look at the human body, such a structure is not composed of protein, carbohydrate, fat, vitamins, and minerals. It is a very complex structure. Cells, tissues, organs are interconnected. To see in the middle of the continuation of this link, utilizing the imaging laboratory perspective at the same time with the approaches in the polar field. On the other hand, complementary medicine is also important in this regard, especially in terms of operation. So the active ingredient there is proven. Many herbal products and these therapeutic products using become inevitable. It's so wide. It's like a really wide and it should be particularly emphasized that in essence holistic understanding consists of three approaches, that is complex approaches, and get close to the human body handling incident. It will appropriate within an approach what modern medicine has brought technologically. So with this regard, I would like to finalize my speech here. I would like to thank you very much for listening to this presentation of mine, and I hope that it was really useful, and I really hope that you will use this piece of information respectively, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to address them, to answer them. So once again, thank you for the Dr. Senkan Bukazar for letting me know about this conference, and I'm more than happy to be able to present my topic. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. All praise be to Allah, the only God, the one God, the Creator, the owner of life, the healer and the legislator to mankind, and peace and blessing upon the final prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, the teacher, the physician, and the mercy to mankind. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I love to talk about this subject, which is very close to my heart, especially regarding the Islamic medicine. Regarding Islamic medicine. Obviously, as you saw the title, Western medicine versus Islamic medicine. Obviously, here we are not saying you should follow just Islamic medicine, forget Western medicine, but we're trying to make some comparison between the two, and especially the many problems, the many deaths, the many failures in Western medicine in comparison with the treasure for health and prevention of disease in the Islamic medicine. Let me say from the beginning, the more one go to understand the ayat of the Quran, the hadith of Sayyidina Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the more we discover healing health message. The more we look into muharramat in Islam, subhanallah, the more we discover disease and ill health. And obviously I will be explaining all that in detail, insha'Allah. Another fascinating observation, all halal in Islam for your health. We only discovered a few. All haram in Islam will give you a lot of disease, a lot of suffering, and a lot of sin. Amazing observation. Now, obviously, in the slide in front of you, the top healer in the middle, Quran. Next to it on the right, we discover honey, which is loved now more by non-Muslims in the West. And the top healer too for treatment, black seed, al-habba al-sawda. Now, if we look to Western medicine, and please don't get me wrong, Western medicine has got some good, useful thing, which we don't see it in Islamic medicine. But we are very worried, some wise doctors, scientists in the West, about this obsession, most of the time with drug and tablet, as you can see on the left, a photo. But it's good thing going in the middle in Western medicine, operation. But we feel there's a lot of failure to avoid, to prevent the disease which do need operation. Should be very little need to the operation, as we believe, But on the photo on the right side, which is a good emergency ambulance, quickly to take the patient and save life. This is very good, well done in the West, although lately, especially in the UK. Here, my God, you have to wait long time because of many patient illnesses rising a lot today. You have to wait long time. And it's worse, in casualty, accident, emergency, you have to wait 4 to 5 hours to get your turn. This is very bad system. And we have about 7.8 million patients in the UK, waiting to be seen by doctor. Now, if we go the first half about Western medicine, I have a lot of figures. I have a lot of data. Obviously, I cannot discuss each one, each line, etc. But I'm giving you figure, and I believe now the figure increase in each one, increase more and more. We put on the top 10 cause of death in the world, and we put top ischemic heart disease and second cancer. These two rising a lot, and more patient. We have rising diabetes, dementia, rising number of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, etc. And we have about 57 million deaths worldwide. And this was 2015, and almost half of them were due to the half of them to the top 10 cause of disease. Current medical drug, especially in the West, and almost the same in the East, in Arab, Muslim, Asian, African country. We have observation, we have waken up people, strangely, non-Muslim, not Muslim, raising more concern in the West regarding this epidemic of drug obsession with tablet, medicine, capsule, etc. And our observation, as we notice, mostly man-made, mostly chemical, pill for every ill, no prevention of disease except in some, for the future. Death of a lot of patients from medicine, drug. Many people do not know that. Harm from self-prescribing, and use more and more lately commit suicide, overdose, subhanallah, and dependency and addiction to drug. And there are a lot of more to read about the negative thing, the wrong thing, the dangerous thing, the haram thing, which is very important, neglected by almost all Muslim and chemists, all Muslim doctors, Muslim chemists in the world. Most Muslim in the world, and especially those living in the West, are consuming drug medicine with haram, prohibited ingredient, from gelatin, pork, alcohol, etc., and a human part sometime, So we need badly to review, we Muslim doctor, Muslim chemists, and give the best service first at the moment to our Muslim patients in the world, to give them halal medicine and drug, Now, two examples and costs, and as I said, the figure now much more. They say United States spend more than 450 billion, not million, billion dollar on drugs. UK spend more than 17 billion on drugs. This is old figure, and now is rising more and more. Prescribed drug, listen to that. Prescribed drug by doctor, physician are now the third health hazard to kill the patient. This is proved definitely in the United States, where it was discovered over 200,000, even 250,000 patients die from the prescribed drug of their doctor and physician. We have video about that. We have evidence about that. It's unbelievable. And can you imagine with third? So first is is heart disease, and second, cancer, You know, other worrying thing from drug and medicine cause 2 million hospitalization a year, nearly 3 million serious drug reaction, and nearly 130,000 die from prescribed drug, but this is a little figure I discover, and especially only one country, United States, we discovered 200,000. 200,000 die from the drug prescribed by the doctor in United States. This cause also, this drug, nearly 500,000 medical-related adverse effect, and cost about $140 billion, all this medical-related adverse effect. Now, in the European Union, a lot, over 200,000 patients die from prescribed drug. Now, total deaths from drug since January 2000, big pharma, chemical warfare on humanity, and while the victim killed by war and act of terror and combined. The drug from medical company, drug company, is more than costing us more and causing more deaths than the victim killed by all world war and act of terrorism. While drug company profit billion, people are dying by the million now. Obviously, we are not saying throw away all this drug, but we need a review. We need an Islamic review first, and we need to review the hazard, the death, what's going on, because unfortunately, what I have just said, unknown mostly to doctor, unknown to the patient all over the world. We need badly to give informed consent, as you know. Some of the medicinal drug which have killed patients, can you believe? Look at that. I cannot believe it. We're supposed to be in the what you call highest medical technology in medicine, in treatment, etc. Can you see each item we need? Time to explain it. It's difficult to go through it with my short time with you now. Chemotherapy, 18 million killed patient, iatrogenic death done also by doctor, and patient, 14 million, medical error, 2 million, prescribed drug over 400,000, and and we have also opioid, morphine, think, illegal drug, and even tranquilizer like Valium, antidepressant, etc. This is a big worry. We are not aware of it. Most of us and the giant big pharma are earning more and more money, and a lot of patients having serious side effects and dying from prescribed drug. I'm not saying stop them. I believe there should be international committee to each of the items mentioned in front of you about drugs to review policy decision to prevent each one, etc., etc. You need Islamic perspective review. You need safety, health, medical review regarding all this drug. Now, I'm very fond lately with this subject. Natural immune defense system is very much unknown, especially its role and functioning. What it does, unknown to most doctors and chemists and most scientists, almost all scientists, employed by the vaccine industry, by the drug industry. And why we are worried about it? Because it's replacing the natural prevention of disease in Islam through the natural immune defense system, not by vaccine. You know, we have wonderful, defense system created by Allah Almighty, especially as we know Allah created, man في أحسن تقويم, in the best design. Doctors and generalists, they observe, they respected all system, cardiovascular, and gastrointestinal, neurological, but they disrespect this system, natural immune defense system. They know very little about it. And this ignorance, obviously, and not establishing early in life the natural immune system and maintaining it, has given us failure after failure regarding disease and treatment. It's best to prevent disease naturally, free of charge, from Allah, and allow it to function. Almost is damaged today in the world, not established properly early in life and not maintained. And not only that, we discover is giving us about 100 disease called autoimmune disease. Subhanallah. And we need, and this natural immune defense system, wallahi, if we study it properly, and investigate it properly, see how it functions, you will never think to take vaccine at all. Subhanallah. If you look to the photo on the right, amazing, all this organ, and there are more. We don't know that. Many of us having a role each in the natural immune defense system. Tonsil, adenoid, lymph node, thymus, spleen, lymphatic vessel, prayer patches in the colon, bone marrow, appendix. Amazing. Amazing organ, but they are not, by and large, almost not functioning in the world today, even among a lot of Muslims. Natural immune defense system, big subject. I done 2-3 talk on the International Muslim Radio Channel, Islam International, and I like to talk with the link if anybody want to know more about it. And I beg you, every Muslim medical doctor, pharmacist, scientist, I beg you to listen to the talk, to try to understand this unknown subject, natural immune defense system, to replace vaccine, the dangerous, the killer, which contain a lot of muharramat today, a lot of harmful chemical. And I'm sorry to say, we have been brainwashed by WHO, by the clever vaccine industry. They use a lot of psychology. They work in alliance, collaboration, WHO, in unethical way, in a lying way about epidemic, etc., and manufacturing more vaccine. Look here. I haven't got time to think about all this. Look the harm. Look the problem with vaccine. To me, the first one, forbidden ingredient, alcohol, pork, human part. And many people do not know najasa, feces, urine, pus in vaccine. Unbelievable. By the way, I made a study about vaccine. You published in the United States, this not 2010, Harmful chemical, Mercury causing a hell of medical problem, especially autism, etc. But there are more other harm to cause autism, not only mercury, giving us a lot of disease, allergy, autoimmune disease, autism, but a lot of cancer, a lot of other disease. It's a bad medical practice. You are not addressing, preventing the cause of disease. This is my unhappiness about treatment generally, drug or vaccine, not addressing, not preventing the cause of the disease. It kills a lot of children, poor children, innocent, you know, they grow up, they're having 70. Vaccine is increasing now, going to 100. And with all the problem of vaccine, serious side effect, and thinking vaccine for every ill, etc., etc. No expensive, costly, when we have alternative available. Now, medicinal drug for psychiatric, I used to be psychiatrist. I'm qualified psychiatrist. I didn't win. We didn't win, except in emergency sedative tranquilizer. We prescribe all the time, sedative, hypnotic, etc. And most cause of mental illness prevented in Islam, no suicide, and maternal deprivation, alcohol, drug, and obviously a lot of side effect from drug dependency addiction. Widely used legal, harmful, destructive drug, we're failing and spreading alcohol, smoking, soft hard drug, cannabis, cocaine, morphine, ecstasy, LSD. This is a big failure. And we, Muslim country, failing too, Muslim doctor failing too. There's gross failure, and it's causing to us a hell of medical problem, death, admission to hospital, etc., etc. Now, World Health Organization, another interesting subject I discovered, neglected by almost all doctors in the world. They don't know what's inside, what it does wrong, unhealthy decision in collaboration with the big pharma, with the drug industry. This is happening a lot lately, collaboration to launch epidemic, collaboration to prescribe this drug, and sometimes, bribe the doctor, drug company to prescribe this drug, etc., etc. There is a lot of dishonesty and lying. A lot of drug company, if you respect it, just Google search, like, for example, Pfizer, how much they have been taken to court for fraud and lying, etc. So Bill Gates, we discover the big rich man in the world involved with all that, and the whole policy we discover World Health Organization to link to the, what you call it, population control with the vaccine. Population control, reducing, killing more patients, reducing population. World Health Organization, our concern, neglect primary prevention of disease, spreading in the world, killing of abortion, spreading it. Major cause of disease today, they haven't done much. Smoking, tobacco, alcoholism, formula milk, no breastfeeding, sexual immorality, especially not recognizing natural medicine, not recognizing alternative complementary medicine, not doing little, almost nothing to Islamic medicine, neglecting halal medicine for the 2,000 million Muslims in the world, neglecting the moral, healthy, religious, family value related to treatment and medicine, failing to address the huge increase in new disease, etc., failing to offer to millions of sick people, poor, they cannot afford, the treatment, etc. Here, Al Jazeera 2 program, the link there. First one, program in English, Jazeera. Trust who? Who? World Health Organization. You cannot trust it. There is a link. You can see, you can watch it in English. Another one, Al Jazeera in Arabic. You know, what is hidden is worse. Title, The Business in Epidemic and Disease. You can watch it. More, I couldn't believe today, campaign for organization in the West rising. Muslim doctors are not aware, are not joining, you know, against WHO, which is dangerous to our all health. Name of this campaign, this just a few. Who need the WHO? Defund the WHO. Stop the WHO. The UK Medical Freedom Alliance. And this is only few. Now allow me to move to the fascinating subject, Islamic medicine. I know maybe I'm taking more time, but I'm trying to make it as brief as I can. Obviously, you can sit, relax at home and read in detail. Obviously, as you know, Quran and Sunnah. Quran, Tub Nabawi Hadith, honey, black seed, the top. They are the top in Islamic medicine, you know. And when you look, what are the health category in Islam? Avoiding muharamat. No alcohol, no hard drug, no smoking, no zina, no adultery, no homosexuality, no pork, etc., etc. Eating what is halal. Halal tayyib food, breastfeeding, very, very important, we discover. Honey, Quranic prophetic food, neglected by Muslim. True halal meat, most halal meat today, unfortunately, even in what you call a different country in the West, even I was shocked to discover about stunning utilized in the Muslim country, Turkey even, you know, and we're moving with good education, scientific, medical data. I done a lot. I'm ready to discuss this subject scientifically, medically, Islamically. Stick to the way of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam without using any stunning to the animal for true halal meat. Tayyib, natural, this is neglected. Tayyib, food, natural, you know, drink and food, etc. Natural food and fruit, especially those mentioned in the Quran. You know, superior, this is a big subject. Prescribe hygienic measure and cleanliness to avoid cross-infection. Look, a big list. Muslim implement a few it. And this is prevention of disease. And you know, the third line, ablution wudu, I can talk 1 hour to explain to you scientifically, medically. Subhanallah, if you analyze the wudu ablution alone, you will see is target the spot in the body which contain virus and bacteria. We analyze the wudu, we discover 99% of you do it 5 times a day and maybe more, tahajjud, prevent 99% of infection, even so-called coronavirus. 99% infection, all the spots, especially the hand, first, and we have about 25 instructions about washing the hand every day in Islam. You know, the hand, the mouth, you know, the nose. Nose is a big site for giving you coronavirus and a lot of other infection today. Nose, eye, face, ear, arm, leg. Unbelievable. Analyze it. We need to make urgently video, put all natural so-called virus bacteria in all these different spots and wash and flush and clean. Wash and flush and clean. This is to me a great preventive measure to avoid 99% of the infection. Now, Islamic medicine, look, another big list. I haven't got time for it. Black seed, prayer, olive oil, fasting, intermittent fasting, date, ginger. Each one you need a presentation on its own. If Allah help me or give me long life, I want to do it, to explain it scientifically, medically, what we discover in the West. Islamic natural alternative medicine is rising in the West, non-Muslim, and very appealing. Muslim neglected it. Muslim doctor by and large have neglected it. It is divine. You know, it's for all time. It's almost free, little money, and proved scientifically, some of it, scientifically, by scientists, etc., blessed, prescribed by Islamic data too, etc. The West today has a lot of rising campaign for natural medicine, and a lot of it, as I said, Islamic, safe, 99%, no serious side effect, almost free and effective, and as I said, linked to Islamic teaching. This photo, one of the photo, I love to show it always, healing herb and spice. You know, you love to go buy and eat all this stuff, which have been proved now in the West day after day, consumed by a lot of non-Muslim. You know, from ginger to garlic, to clove, to basil, to turmeric, especially lately, oregano, sage, rosemary, unbelievable. And I confess some of it we need to do the proper scientific medical study, but they discover is effective, you know, to treat disease and heal. Another Islamic medicine, prophetic medicine, طب نبوي, even ibadat, salat, fasting, hajj, subhanallah, Islamic behavior for the primary prevention of hundred of disease. You know, Islam prevent many hundred of disease. Forget the ablution, what I said before. Islam prevent many hundred of disease, avoiding any haram act. Alcohol, smoking. You know, alcohol, you avoid 50 disease. Now they made it 60 disease. Is linked to 60 disease. Smoking, avoid 25 disease. Smoking declared haram in Muslim world. Zina, adultery, 27 disease. Drug, which do cause a lot of disease, you know, and all this will prevent. Now, this is explanation more about this issue of natural immune defense system, and explaining how to establish and maintain the natural immune defense system by doing all this in front of you. You know, what's missing in the world, in the West, and many in the East, the missing spiritual health, which are based on ibadat and taqwa and salat and fasting and hajj. Spiritual health has been missing even from Muslim doctor to think of it and deprive. Quranic healing shifa, look, we have got 6 ayat. The top one, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, we send down the Quran, that which is healing shifa to the believer. Then you got 5 ayat after. Quran is a healer, is shifa, not treatment, shifa. The Quran means to study the ayat, to implement it, and next to it the hadith, you know, all together, subhanallah. Hadith, you know, the Prophet ﷺ said, I ask you of the 2 healer, a Quran and honey, you know, and he said also, worshipper of Allah get that medicine treatment. As for every disease, there is a cure. This is, we call it hope therapy, fascinating subject aspect. Islamic pharmacy, now I'm going to early Islamic medical civilization, which is unknown to over 99% of Muslim doctors, unknown to Muslim medical students, unknown to doctors in the West. This we need to go back to it, to put it in the medical school curriculum for our Muslim medical students, and there should be every hospital, every clinic exhibition about it. You know, it's a big subject, early Islamic medical civilization, especially the top 3 physicians who are known to non-Muslim in Europe. Al-Razi, Ibn Sina, Al-Kindi, Bayruni, etc., etc. And Islamic medicine manuscript book, fascinating Islamic medical data. We should be proud. They were great physicians, great scientists, not only Islamic data, Quran, Hadith, but they invent, they innovation, they made a lot of discovery. When you have a proper Islamic mind, proper Islamic doctor and scientist, we should be, we're producing nothing Muslim doctor of the world today. All you need research and study by non-Muslim. In British Medical Journal, in Lancet, etc. We are failing. We need to have confidence. Why we failing? Why we cannot be like our early physician, pharmacists, scientists, doctor in the past 1,000 years ago? As I said, Al-Razi, Ibn Sina, Kindi, Ibn al-Nafis, who discovered pulmonary circulation, Al-Zahrawi, and Hunayn ibn Ishaq, fascinating. You need to spread it first among Muslim medical students so they can start thinking to do and produce, and invent, and learn from this giant doctor in the past, Muslim doctor and scientist. This is just a photo symbolic. Abu Bakr al-Razi treating a patient, the Islamic hospital, a big subject. I love to discuss it. Today, we have a few hospitals in the Muslim world called Islamic, but only 5% of Islam in it. Only. We need to discuss this subject in detail, and this is another is a hospital in the past also, and at the end here, some reference on the early Islamic hospital. Look at that. How many Muslim doctors know that? Subhanallah. Reference few about Islamic hospital. We need to learn. We need to establish the new modern Islamic hospital. Another big reference, telling you about all Islamic medicine, health category mentioned in brief, Quran, Ahadith, Islamic behavior, avoid muharramat, etc., etc. All this Islamic medicine, and we are today, no doubt, facing health crisis, epidemic of disease, and more, and we're having more and more chronic patients, we're having more and more, genetic disease, and as I said, no curative, no prevention of disease. One of the big weakness for WHO, for doctor in the world, for drug company, no primary prevention. We have a lot in Islam, primary prevention. We need to review all that today. And another aspect here about the Islamic natural alternative medicine, prevention of disease, etc. I like to suggest to establish Islamic medical curriculum in the medical school in the Muslim world, Islamic medical university with many college and research, college for black seed, college for honey, college for Quranic prophetic food, etc., etc. Finally, important reference to every Muslim doctor or Muslim medic, or this Muslim website on the Islamic scientific medical miracle. We need to check maybe a few of them because maybe one or two maybe not present. Full of data, Islamic medical health miracle. Beautiful reference. You need to make conference. I know they do conference, إعجاز علمي, in Saudi Arabia and many different countries every few years, as far as I know. And website of Islamic medical organization. You need to link with them to study most of it in English, and you work with them, etc. Try to understand, so you can see, my dear brother and sister, we have a lot to offer. We have a lot hidden, unknown to almost Muslim doctor and Muslim chemist in the world. We have a lot to offer to do it. Policy in every Secretary of Health, Minister of Health, hospital in Muslim country, in Arab country, in Asian country, the big syllabus first to prevent disease. The other big syllabus to analyze medicine and drug and to avoid those with haram ingredient. The third syllabus to debate, explore vaccine and discuss all the gold and diamond mentioned today in scientific medical study to prevent this dubious, wrong, unhealthy epidemic of vaccine engulfing all the world today. I say at the end, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. May Allah guide us all to the right path, to the Islamic medicine way of life, inshallah. Thank you for listening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسولنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وأهل بيته أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Dear brothers and sisters, when we were thinking about the establishment of GİMDES, we had determined that among the issues we would be busy with, we would need to set a standard for halal in the services, such as hotels, restaurants, etc., that Muslims would face when they travel. Therefore, while we were determining all our standards and putting them into a book, we finally set out to make them in a standard related to tourism. And as a result, since then, the tourism standard has been among our standards. But until today, although it is within our activities in our publication, a hotel, a guest house, a restaurant in accordance with this standard has unfortunately not been found, and it is still obvious that there is such a need all over the world. Of course, in such a field, giving certificates or getting certificates is not the main objective. It can only be a means, but its sustainability must be ensured. Saying that I gave a halal certificate or that I received a halal certificate for my hotel does not solve the problem. Expectations from products that were subject to standardization until recently, safety, health, high quality, etc., was. However, in addition to these expectations, the lack of halal food and halal services, which are indispensable for Muslims and the most basic requirement of faith, has perhaps brought about an awakening. People living in the world with various beliefs and thoughts have developed standards suitable for their beliefs and lifestyles, such as kosher and vegan. The awareness of Muslims to demand halal standards and services has started recently. The interesting thing is that there are many hotels in our country with kosher and vegetarian certificates. However, on the other hand, there is no hotel with a real halal and tayyib certificate that has been documented to be in compliance with our beliefs, nor is there an accommodation center that meets the halal tourism conditions. This situation is a document of the problems we are experiencing. In a country where 99% are Muslims, the lack of a holiday center where Muslims can stay with peace of mind increases the need for halal and tayyib certification day by day. Is it possible for us to consume halal food safely during our travels, especially before entering the territory of an Islamic country? There are vegetarian menu and kosher menu in the catering menus given during our plane trips, but the 2 billion Islamic world does not have a halal menu. Are we, as Muslims, in a position and condition to be able to safely eat the treats given to us, the hotel meals we stay in, and the meals in restaurants from the beginning of our journey without any trouble or hesitation in order to perform our Hajj and Umrah? GİMDES continues its standardization efforts in all areas needed by Muslims, especially food products. In this context, following the halal food standard, the standardization studies on halal and tayyib tourism have been largely completed. In GİMDES' standard for hotels and accommodation within the scope of halal certification, all sections of the accommodation facility, from rooms to kitchen, restaurant, pantry, warehouses, common areas, sink, gardens, pools, parks, and entertainment centers are included. Regarding business management and employees, the most authorized person in the business management, halal and tayyib, should be aware that they own a hotel or accommodation facility and should create the organization according to these conditions. For this reason, when hiring personnel for the business, people who can share the sensitivity should be employed. The internal halal coordinator, who will be appointed to be responsible for creating and monitoring the halal assurance system and the business, must be an expert in his field and a Muslim. All personnel working in the business must receive halal training. The attire of the business personnel must be clean, tidy, and in accordance with Islamic hijab conditions. Our purpose in creating the GİMDES halal and tayyib standard is to create a standard that controls the sustainability of the system in which the travel, eating, drinking, and overnight accommodation needs of Muslims, wherever they are in the world, will be met under halal and tayyib conditions. The system, which includes all stages, is described as a halal tourism standard. There is a kosher certificate in the world. There is a vegetarian certificate. And the Islamic Ummah has a halal certificate. Why not? It is one of the issues that needs to be considered and resolved. At a conference held in Dubai, where GİMDES attended and presented a paper on halal tourism, a representative of a company that owns 3 hotels praised and explained that since their hotels are halal certified, they serve non-alcoholic beer and non-alcoholic wine instead. of alcoholic drinks. In our country, it was published as news in the newspapers that some hotels were given halal certificate by some organizations. Later, some people shared with GİMDES via email that they stayed in those hotels and experienced many inconsistencies. GİMDES has not been able to issue certificates to hotels that want to obtain halal certificates so far because they could not meet their required conditions. Saying that I gave a halal certificate or that I received a halal certificate for my hotel does not solve the problem. If we look carefully at every point in our lives, we can see the existence of standards. So, do we need standards? Along with question of do we need standards, what does it mean to have no standards in our lives? Products without standards may be of poor quality or not at the desired quality level. More importantly, non-standardized products can be harmful and even dangerous to human health. Expectations from products that were subject to standardization until recently, safety, health, high quality, etc. However, in addition to these expectations, the lack of halal food and halal services, which are indispensable and the most basic religious requirement of Muslims, has perhaps brought about an awakening. People living in a world with various beliefs and thoughts have developed standards suitable for their own beliefs and lifestyles, such as kosher, vegan, and vegetarian. The awareness of Muslims to demand halal standards and services has started recently. GİMDES continues to its standardization efforts in all areas needed by Muslims, especially food products. In this context, following the halal food standard, halal and tayyib tourism have largely completed their standardization efforts. In GİMDES's hotel and accommodation standard, all parts of the accommodation facility are included within the scope of halal certification. These sections are classified as follows: rooms, kitchen, such as restaurant, pantry, warehouses, common areas, such as sinks, gardens, pools, parks, and entertainment centers. Rooms. Customers must be placed in their rooms in accordance with Sharia provisions. Guests arriving as a couple must be asked for their marriage certificate before being given a room. Men and women who are not first-degree relatives should not be allowed to stay in the same room. Those who say they only have a religious marriage but cannot prove it should not be treated as married couple. Adultery is haram. Precautions must be taken to prevent the issues that may cause it. Since homosexuality is haram, such people should not be allowed to use the facility. Prostitution is haram, and those who commit such acts cannot be in the facilities. Rooms should be designed to suit family privacy, and there should be no camera systems in the rooms. Acidic drinks such as alcohol and cola should not be kept in many refrigerators of rooms, and uncertified cleaning and cosmetic products should not be kept in bathrooms and sinks. If there is a television, recorded obscene channels, and CDs or DVDs and cassettes should not be kept. The Holy Quran, clean prayer mat, and a rosary should be kept in the rooms, and the Qibla should be indicated in a fixed place in the room. Beds should not be facing the Qibla. There should be calendars showing prayer times in the rooms. Staff should also be aware of this issue. Cleaning of the rooms and bathrooms should be ensured routinely, and personnel should be assigned according to gender of the people in the room. Personnel working in room services must enter the rooms for service by complying with privacy principles. Toilets should not face Qibla. There must be appropriate bidet equipment in toilets. Animals should not be allowed in the rooms. If pets are accepted in the business, a special area should be allocated for animals. Kitchen. All kitchens, restaurants, cafes, and buffets must comply with halal and tayyib conditions. Their sanitation must be carried out according to cleaning procedures, and a purchasing procedure for foods must be established according to the issues to be specified in the roadmap. According to the 4 sects, no suspicious or haram food should be kept in the business. In kitchens, restaurants, cafes, and buffets, tables containing critical controls for all foods should be kept in places where the relevant personnel can see them at all times. Cross-contamination should be prevented, and transportation and storage procedures should be observed. According to the customer's request, no food other than halal should be purchased for the business. Cleaning and disinfection processes should not be based on haram alcohol. All kitchen tools and equipment should be routinely cleaned in accordance with hygienic conditions. Staff should be trained on hygiene rules and create their working order according to these conditions. Halal menus should be available in restaurants, cafes, and buffets, and sectarian logos should be placed for food and beverages for Muslim consumers or customers from different sects coming from the Islamic countries around the world. According to Islamic conditions, it is not appropriate to play music in eating places such as restaurants, cafes, and buffets. There is no waste in Islam. Situations that may cause waste should be controlled and precautions should be taken, and customers should be made aware. A procedure should be established for waste food. During the month of Ramadan, service should be provided in accordance with the iftar and sahur times. However, necessary arrangements should be made for sick and elderly people who cannot fast. Public places. Places such as casinos are haram. It's absolutely not allowed to be implemented in business. There should be no opposite sexes in massage parlors. The products used must be halal products, and people must dress in accordance with the Sharia provisions. If possible, there should be separate health personnel and doctors for men and women in facilities, such as thermal spas. This can be considered depending on the size of the facility. Alcohol and drugs are haram. It cannot be sold or kept in the business. Routine cleaning of swimming pools should be done, and recreational equipment that could endanger people's health should not be used. Security checkpoints should be established to prevent any accidents or injuries. Separate swimming pools and beaches should be allocated for men and women. Mixed beach practices under the name of family beach should not be allowed, as is the case in some places. Necessary precautions should be taken against any danger that could harm privacy, and attention should be paid to clothing and attire, even among members of the same sex. Otherwise, the staff of the business must warn the customers immediately. Swimming pools and beach areas allocated for women should not be visible from hotel rooms or any other part of the business. And the use of devices such as cameras or mobile phones should not be allowed in these places. Necessary separations should be provided to prevent gentlemen from entering such areas by mistake, and female attendants should be placed at the entrances. There must be a mosque belonging to the business, and its cleaning and maintenance must be provided routinely. If possible, there should be stores where customers of the business can meet their needs and markets with halal products. Play areas should be arranged for children, and authorized personnel should be present in these areas. Publications within the business must be in accordance with Islam, and all kinds of Islamic publications must be provided according to customer demands. Animation or entertainment programs that would harm Islamic sensitivity should not be made within the business. Obscene images should not be displayed in advertisements, posters, and billboards within the business. Both guests and staff must wear dresses that are not low-cut and comply with Islamic standards. Guests with inappropriate attire should be warned or should not be accepted as guests at the facility. If the hotel or facility is open for events such as weddings or conferences, halal principles should not be compromised. One of the examples in this case would be women in low-cut clothes walking around for the wedding ceremony, musicians being brought in, and men and women having fun side by side. Now coming to the last topic, which is quite important and quite systematically portrays the scenario. It is called business management and employees. And this is going to be our last topic in today's lecture. Halal and Tayyib, the most authorized person in the business management, should be aware that they own a hotel or accommodation facility and should create the organization according to these conditions. For this reason, when hiring personnel for the business, people who can share this sensitivity should be employed. Business management should take into account all kinds of customer complaints and respond immediately as corrective and preventive action. The internal halal coordinator, who will be appointed to be responsible for creating and monitoring the halal assurance system in the business, must be an expert in his field and a Muslim. The business manager must give full authority to the internal halal coordinator. All personnel working in the business must receive halal training. The attire of the operating personnel must be clean, tidy, and in accordance with Islamic hijab conditions. Now, this was all about today's topics. I have just wanted to be able to present the comprehensive scenario for the halal tourism in the sector. If being applied, these standards of GİMDES should be able to correct all of the incompliances in tourism sector regarding halal. I hope that these topics are going to be taken into the consideration and going to be applied in the future in halal tourism sector. And hopefully, inshallah, starting from our country and all over the world, especially the Muslim countries around the world, will be able to apply these methodologies in their practices. Dear brothers and sisters, I would like to thank you so much for listening me in today's conference, and I send my peace and blessings to every single one of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear participators, I'm Associate Professor Hussein Pamuk at Afyon Kocatepe University, Faculty of Tourism, Gastronomy and Culinary Arts Department. I'm working as faculty member and for about 10 years. I'm carrying out studies, a doctorate, and I get specialization in this area. I basically choose to work at this branch as I wanted, academician. The reason I'm here today is to tell you about the halal tourism market in Turkey and have a themed talk. What is tourism? When we look at tourism and peoples, in fact, they are constantly moving away from where they live, travel and the places they go for temporary accommodation, for travel recreation, eating, transportation, and so on. Your needs is opposite in some directions in recent times. Me, your wishes, the set, so basically tourism needs during travel. For main reasons until today, especially modern tourism, activities started in the mid-19th century and it continues to evolve to this day. In this modern tourism activities, people relax, have fun, seeing new places, and they are basically traveling all over the world. What we call modern tourism today. And basically today, modern tourism today, it's fulfilling your dreams for maybe trade purposes or health purposes or from somewhere to travel. And in our today's world, how modern tourism continues to develop is another complete subject. So why it is developing so much is because of free time, and work paid vacation could be one of the options. Technological developments increase the income level, urbanization and population growth. The tourism awareness is getting higher and higher, with the increase in the level of culture and education, and similar developments to present day keep increasing. So the tourism keeps increasing. We see that there is a movement, what we talk in tourism, while tourists travel around the world. Today's figure is 1.3 billion. And in just 5 years, it will reach to 1.8 billion people. So tourism is a wide spectrum in today's world. And when we look at tourism discounts, global competition, as in all matters, it necessitates differentiation and renewal in tourism sector. For this reason, I'd like to talk about halal tourism today. So what's inside and implements many tourism trends? One of these trends is halal tourism. In other words, countries with large Muslim populations, whether or not intense, let there be countries, you are in a race to attract Muslim tourists. Once again, it doesn't really matter, you are a Muslim country or non-Muslim country. So what is halal tourism? Where is tourism? It's accommodation, traveling, steering wheel, meeting transportation and similar needs, especially in tourism. This situation compliant with full compliance with Islamic rules and beliefs is needed, basically. And there are some tourism activities there, so it all should be and just have to be halal in that, under Islamic values especially. And compliance with Islamic rules should be in place in all services, including in halal tourism. It's also considered as the whole of touristic products and marketing efforts aimed at Muslims. It can be defined as Meram. When we look at the global Muslim population, global penetration, it's 2 billion Muslim people we're talking about. And of course it gets wider and wider all over the world. And when we are looking at the flight radius, it's like 400 million outside of Turkey. Muslims live, and this is our country in all trade areas, halal related issues. It's a strategic advance for us to be able to foster and promote halal tourism in Turkey as well. When we look at this way, there are the prices, a place far from Istanbul, access to halal food, infrastructure, Ramadan services, recreational opportunity within privacy limits, purified from activities contrary to Islamic faith, such as alcohol and gambling. An environment is like this. Unfortunately, in Turkey, it's really, really hard to find such places. So when we look at this way, modern tourism activities have emerged, but of course it continues to increase due to the items I just mentioned. So I wonder if the tourists are Muslim. What are the first figures we have about Muslim tourists? Key figures about Muslim tourists, because Muslim tourists are actually from tourism activities, that is, to benefit from this modern tourism activities, they're becoming light. What's the mass in that case? It's also really important. So basically within the framework of rules and beliefs in the Muslim attractions, in halal tourism, they gotta meet the standards of Islamic values. When you go on tourism activities, a Muslim worries that he won't be able to afford it. It goes on like this for a while, and that's a really problematic situation. And it's kind of really widely known for modern tourism activities. But when we come to today, where are Muslim tourists? During touristic activities, your needs can be met. You can see the hotels, start going to tourist activities more, and millions of tourists, millions of Muslims traveling all over the world, actually. So there are some countries that practice halal tourism, and when we look at these countries, are they Muslim? It doesn't really matter once again what we have said, but studies on halal tourism, it shows that there should be made an investment in this because there's a huge potential out of this. But what we are doing in this case, and what's the reason that it's not really widely known. So the problematic aspect here is the ability to attract most tourists of the country, whether you're going to be able to meet the criteria or not regarding the compliance with Islamic rules. So it could be a problematic situation. And tourism is a penalty in some countries, but logic is the same. Halal tourism actually needs motivation and entertainment motivation it needs. And it is different from other religious tourisms. It's faith tour, we call it. For example, a person's motivation for the pilgrimage is quite obvious. When you go visit Hagia Sophia, in other words, the motivation there and intention in one's mind is to visit religious places. So Muslim-friendly tourism means that people who are of Muslim background could potentially visit this type of places, which is really near and dear to them with regard to Islamic setups and backgrounds and values. Of course, tasting the flavors, that is the modern tourism activities. In fact, within the framework of Islamic rules and beliefs, what to do is, when we look at the countries that practice halal tourism, the first one is Malaysia in the world, perhaps one of the most important countries all over the world, because in the ministerial level they have their strategies and policies regarding halal. So halal tourism is widely known in Malaysia. And of course, all statistical sources from Muslim tourists show that they're really interested in halal tourism and Muslim-friendly tourism, or halal tourism, let's say. And especially in Indonesia, it's also widely known and widely preferred way by the Muslims. And inshallah, we hope that this tourism will increase over the time. And Singapore also has significant strengths in this, and it has a significant Muslim population. There is a strong halal certification culture, and of course they're focusing on Muslim-friendly travel markets, and this fosters halal tourism as well. And it's a country where, as Muslims, there are a lot of potential available for the Muslims, and regarding the halal products and as well as halal tourism as well. And what's basically their expectations? What is our Muslim brothers and sisters' expectations from hotels? There could be such issues discussed among nations, and one research has been done there is that maybe they're not meeting their expectation. It could be one of the challenges. And when we were talking about the countries, I would like to mention Thailand as a destination of Muslim-friendly hotels, and they are working on highlighting Muslim-friendly tourism there. India is also continuing to work on this point, and of course they are currently aware of the potential, and they're basically attracting Muslim tourists. Why not have a better Ramadan this year? So this is the slogan, and this is the promotion that they are doing, and they're basically attracting tourists by this way. And of course, Turkey is also one of the places that Muslims prefer to come to. But unfortunately in Turkey it's not really widely known, the halal tourism. There are some other countries that we may give as the example, such as Philippines, Japan. They are also the organizers, and they inspire Muslims to the journey to halal tourism. And there are some applications that are available around the world to be able to use for halal tourism as well, and they are also attracting the tourists' interests. So sensitivities are the factors that we need to take into the consideration for the religious matters. For example, he needs to pray. Is it really going to be suitable for the Muslim tourist to be able to pray at the country that he or she visits? So that could be one of the biggest challenges there. So if a Muslim satisfies himself or herself that when I will be doing my halal tourism there, when I'm going to be able to pray my prayers, 5-time daily prayer, without any obstacles, then it could be one of the preferences, and if not the most preferred preference for the Muslim tourists. And in Russia as well, it's being promoted as well in Union of Muftis. They're going to the hotels for the audit. In Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates again, they have Muslim-friendly hotel chain projects. In Canada, North America, they're also the same. At certain points, there are some Muslim-friendly tourism activities that are being carried out. and they're combining social media and meeting the needs of Muslim tourists. They're trying to be able to do that and to resolve that. And Switzerland is also known for halal tourism, quite interestingly. So what's the purpose here? It's just to attract Muslim tourists. In Gulf countries and Asia, they are actually attracting tourists from Switzerland, from those countries. And in Singapore, the mentality is the same. There are some bilateral agreements with some European countries with this regard. And for the Muslim travel guide, they're actually printing out when the Muslims want to go to those countries, which is non-Muslim, but they are being able to attract the interest of the Muslims. So at this point, Croatia could be one of the examples as well. So there are some basically publishings from countries. There are some tourism fairs that are being held, and under a panel there's a separate title for this, and all over the world this is being discussed highly efficiently in many conferences, because once again there's a huge potential with regard to halal tourism. And halal booking sites are being promoted as well in this case for Muslim tourists. And basically international tourism is being fostered by this. And there's International Halal Tourism Association in Turkey. Its center is in Antalya. The purpose here is to bring together the hotels and agencies at this point to achieve unity of power, and with structure that will consist of this union power. At least this hotel, they can express their troubles and concerns more strongly to the senior management. So this way, maybe halal tourism could be fostered. So tourism situation analysis is being carried out. And basically, as Turkey, this market to be at the forefront in the world and overcome the problems, hopefully, is going to be able to let us discover the potential, and hopefully foster it, and basically meet the expectations of sensitivity appropriately in Turkey, hopefully in hotels. Hopefully it's going to be available in Turkey as well. So I'd like to thank you so much for listening to me. And also I'd like to thank to the GİMDES team, especially in the first place our beloved Dr. Hüseyin Kağan Büyüközer, for this opportunity for me to be able to speak at this platform of 15th Halal and Tayyib Products Conference. And I hope that this will be one of the most useful presentations for our listeners. Thus, thank you so much for listening, and I hope that if you have some questions, I'd be more than happy to address them. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Selamun Aleyküm. Now, I would like to record my presentation in English for GİMDES, which is established by my colleague and friend, more than half century, acquainted with each other, Kami Büyüközer. I am honored to have this opportunity to present you HISBA organization, ihtisab organization, muhtasib leadership with his assistants like Arifs. To you, dear colleagues, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, your brother Yusuf Ziya Kavakçı. Having studied after memorizing Quran, Tajweed, Qira'ah, and other things in my local area, Hendek, Sakarya, Adapazarı area, moved to Istanbul, 1955, and then finished high school, enrolled in High Islamic Institute of Istanbul. At the same time, College of Law Faculty of Istanbul University, same time, finished, got PhD in Islamic Research Institute under Muhammad Hamidullah, who was coming from Paris, lecturing, and an institute which was directed by Fuat Sezgin, the late scholar, and Salih too, and joined as doctor assistant to this institute, then got associate professorship degree by HISBA organization, by the book, then moved to Erzurum Atatürk University Islamic Studies faculty, third year as senior associate professor, as most senior person, chaired the departments, fiqh department, literature department, philosophy and other departments, then got professorship degree, then became for very little time dean of the college. After that, when rector, president of the university, Kemal Bıyıkoğlu, lost the election with one vote to Khurshid Ertuğrul, another brother. And in his time, they began to investigate my wife, who was lecturer in German department in the College of Liberal Arts at the same university, because of head cover. not face cover, head cover. So she had to embarrassed or sorry, felt down as family. We had to resign from her job. 1980s, during Kenan Evren's coup d'etat. After that, I decided to retire, having reached to last echelon of my salary, and moved to Ankara to revive my membership in bar of Ankara, legal lawyers bar. Then I had to move to Dallas, Texas, USA, to let my daughters, 3 of them, get education with their hijab, with their head cover, not face cover, head cover, in the universities, 3 daughters. Only for that, I had to move. This is your brother, Yusuf Ziya Kavakçı. Dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, Hisba organization, Ihtisab organization, is an institution began during the time of Prophet Muhammad, when he used to control markets and sometimes pushed his hand, dates, bags of dates, and pull out up to the top wet dates, and told the shop owner, why don't you show the wet dates at the top when you are selling? Then he said, Man ghashana falaysa minna. Anybody who cheats us, he is not from us. Market prices, everything included. This is human rights, hukukul ibad, no cheating. So Umar, second Caliph, Umar radiallahu anh, may Allah be pleased with him, appointed a lady in his caliphate, Shifa. Her name was Shifa, authorized by head of the state, first time, to control the markets. Markets is a place where too many people, too many professions, too many needs. Is it not like that? I mean, fish sellers, shoemakers and repairers, and halwa makers, sweet bakers, I mean, everything, tailors, dentists, ophthalmologists. I mean, too many people, their needs are answered by these professionals, but not everybody may know the details fresh fish. Which one? Which he may ask for halwa, sweet, baklava, something, first quality, and pay for that. But this may not be first quality. They may not know. The common man may not know the details, what is going on in production, in industry, in the city, in the factories, and may not know who will check the interest of the people not violated. احتساب تشكيلات حسب تشكيلات محتسب. These words have different meanings in dictionary, like counting, like thinking, like guessing, حساب حسبة. But here, this is an Islamic, legal, cultural institution, historic institution, ihtisab, very famous book in Islamic common law, state law, public law field. الأحكام السلطانية by Maverdi. There is a chapter over there, a chapter. Also, there are manuals helping muhtasibs, which, what, how to exercise the social justice, to prevent the cheating in the city markets. For example, نهاية الرتبة في طلب الحسبة. This is one of the good manuals. So, muhtasib has assistants called arif, most pious, most professional, senior in the profession. For example, khaffaf, suq al-khaffaf, khuf makers, like prayer, leather, shoes, heavy qualities, makers, senior, who is sitting over there controlling whether there is real skin, brought in, or artificial, synthetic, plastic to make khufs, khaffafs, suq al-khaffafin, something in Arabic. Kavaflar çarşısı, we say kavaf in Turkish. Also so another arif in fish market. These people who are selling fish may sell yesterday's fish as today's fish, fresh fish. In the book manuals, they put in their head part like blood, fresh blood, under their ears, these fish, and people may be selling, and an elderly lady may not know which is fresh. A young girl sent by her mother, you bring me this type of fish, fresh, pay this much money. Who will control this? Arif. Who will report, knows who is most senior, most pious, full of wara', fear from Allah, khawf, khashiyat from Allah. This person who is specialized in this area. Same way, halwas, sweet, baklawas, first quality, second quality. I mean, market prices, inflation will be controlled as the eyes and ears of the head of the state. Muhtasib is a person who is eye and ear of head of the state, who makes sure all Islamic human rights, all rights, human rights, hukukul ibad, is not violated in the market, pazar, what we call pazar, and Sharia rules, no cheating, no price raising, no inflation, no monopolizing, controlling the market, not supplying enough to the market, and so that the price could be controlled. I mean, everything under his control in the city. Rural area, villages are different, but cities are the center of civilization. You know, Medina, city, Medina in Arabic. Madaniyah, Madaniyat, Tamaddun, civilization. Civilization developed in the cities. City, because city is the core place where many people, many professionals are there. Their needs, production, supplies, markets. This muhtasib has to make sure, together with his assistant, no scales of materials keeping in the store, controlling the prices in the market, controlling the supplies. Make sure. For example, you know, in the world, everywhere, there are farmers' markets. I mean, certain days, farmers come to city, bring their stuff to sell early mornings, beginning with du'as in Anatolian cities, and other people may come, may buy fresh from farms to the direct people, common men, fresh, not expensive enough, not expensive. So that day, the population in the city swollen up. So because of that, bread may need to be doubled than normal days. Bakers must bake bread enough for the people who come, everybody. So Muhtasib makes sure bakers produce enough bread. No rights, حقوق العباد of men and women must be violated. Nobody must exploit or abuse the system, fill his pocket, her pocket, by selling inflated prices, by inflation. No. Who is responsible for that in the city? Muhtasib. Ottomans had ihtisab organization and ihtisab nizamnamesi, I mean rulings, regulations ordered by the caliph, by the sultan, Ottomans. So let me summarize. Ihtisab organization, Muhtasib organization is an organization responsible. There will be no cheating, no abusing in the market, no scales of property, of stuff for sale, no control, artificial control of supply of market. He has his helpers, assistants, arif, pious. It is sad. It is explained and expressed that when ihtisab organization, muhtasib organization, coming down from the time of Prophet Muhammad, Caliph Umar, Umayyads and Abbasids and Seljukids and Ottomans, everywhere in the cities, when they were fair, professional, fearing Allah, man of piety with assistance, then Islamic cities and nations and countries were strong, just, standing, istiqamah, straightforward up. But when this organization got fasad, corruption, nepotism, maybe bribery, my man, not your man, my people, not your people type of corruption, then Muslim countries and lands lost their powers. Dear brothers, ladies and gentlemen, I am concluding. We need to get ibrah, lessons from this Islamic Historic institution, Hizbah organization, and benefit today to stand up as strong people. No cheating, no violating of each other's rights, no injustice. There must be justice everywhere, social justice, economic justice, justice, justice, justice. This is one of the institutions, Ummah, we need. Your brother, Yusuf Zia Kavakci, please pray for him and his family members. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وأفضل الصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Today we are participating in the 15th International Halal and Tayyib Products Conference, which is initiated and held by GİMDES. Special thanks to Professor Hussein for his dedication to the halal cause, as he has been always a leader in that part. A special thank you to the whole team that is working in GİMDES, contributing to the halal cause. Okay, my lecture today is about scientific understanding of istihala for ensuring halal integrity, and I'm going to put a highlight on gelatin and blood plasma as exemplary case, is to clarify the issues and what is happening in terms of istihala and our understanding for istihala. I'm going to go through our objectives for this lecture, and then I'll cover istihala in the literature and istihala in the fatwa councils. And then I'll go through the example of gelatin and blood plasma, if they are fit or not fit for the case of istihala, as some may consider them as part of the istihala, and then I'll come to the conclusion. Our objectives are to align Islamic principles with contemporary scientific understanding of istihala, ensuring the halal integrity of products in the food, medicine, and cosmetic industry. And we will give gelatin and blood plasma will be employed as illustrative cases for this purpose. A scientific understanding of istihala is essential in combating adulteration for several compelling reasons. If we talk about the complexity of modern industry, and that is the case including the food, pharmaceutical, and cosmetics, it's often involved an intricate process and formulation with numerous ingredients. Understanding of istihala allows for us to evaluate of these processes and the products involved. The second reason, as we put it here, preventing fraudulent practices. And this is very, very important. Adulteration involves the intentional addition of non-compliant or substandard substances to products. A scientific understanding of istihala provides a clear frameworks for distinguishing between permissible and impermissible substances, make it more difficult for parties to engage in fraudulent practices. A third reason is protecting consumer trust. And consumer trust is very, very important. Consumers, especially those seeking halal certified product, really on regulatory bodies and certifying authorities to ensure the authenticity of their purchases. Ensuring religious compliance, and that entails adulteration can inadvertently lead to the consumption of non-halal or haram substances, which goes against the religious beliefs and dietary practices of Muslims. We have also one of the reasons we are into globalizations and supply chain complexity, and that in today's environment, raw material and components may come from various sources. A scientific approach to istihala allows for a more comprehensive assessment of the entire supply chain, ensuring compliance with halal standards. Regulatory compliance, this is more go to the regulatory bodies responsible for overseeing the production and distribution of halal products, often require a scientific assessment to ensure adherence to halal standards. Addressing ethical concern, that is we consider very important, because adulteration can involve unethical practices such as the use of harmful and unsafe substances. A scientific understanding of istihala helps identifying and rectify such practices. Fostering innovation. A robust scientific understanding of istihala encourages research and innovation in the development of new products and processes that comply with halal standards. This, in turn, can lead to a wider range of halal certified options for consumers. In the Islamic literature, the reality is that Islamic literature lacks an established definition of istihala from a contemporary scientific, chemical, and industrial perspective, which is essential for current understanding efforts. Rather, the literature characterized certain processes as istihala through qiyas, in accordance with the prevailing knowledge of that era, which can make things complex, because the more we understand the chemical process here, the more sort of we get closer to the reality and closer to the understanding of istihala. Qiyas that we have just mentioned is the process of deductive analogy, in which the teaching of the hadith are compared and contrasted with those of the Quran in order to apply knowledge injections and nas to a new circumstances and create a new injections. So the Qiyas is a highly specified chapter of Islamic jurisprudence, the fiqh, and this takes us to a situation that we need our fuqaha who gives the fatwa and who apply qiyas. They need to have scientific knowledge about the situation in order to avoid deviation from the reality. So that would sort of help in producing accurate fatwa. Istihala in the literature varies. At the time, istihala is a change of a substance that causes transformation from its nature to another nature. Istihala, in the common scientific terms, refers to any chemical reaction that transforms a substance to another compound as a type of transformation of a substance to another substance. The example to this, the transformation of oil and fat, regardless of their origin, to become soap. This is from Dr. Hawari's sort of site, or not a site as online site, but from the literature. That's how Dr. Hawari defined istihala. Examples of istihala: burning of najis until it becomes ash, like mutajajjis wood or dung or wastes. No protein or DNA can be found in ash. I'm bringing this in particular about protein and DNA because what we are going to illustrate at a later time on this lecture, and the middle of the lecture, we're gonna talk about gelatin, which is a protein, and we're gonna talk about blood plasma and how we relate each example of istihala to that. So I repeat that no protein or DNA can be found in ashes because of the burning process. Oxidation, process of making vinegar, transformation of wine to vinegar. Fermentation, another example, which is the change of grapes or dates to wine. Basically, the sugars, carbohydrates, sugars, change to fermented, actually, to a wine. And then the decomposition of living material in soil to become fertilizers. And I'll talk about this in details and what a plant can absorb. The fall of a substance into another substance, so it decomposes and gets consumed, and that is the istihlak in Arabic. The example of this in a specific, donkey or pig which fell in salt land and turned into salt. that is more of illustration to the to decomposition. The common denominator, in fact, the denominator action between the above example is chemical changes to the substance. Okay, and we have to remember the full chemical changes, because in the previous definitions of istihala, if I go back to that, what it says here in the last sentence example, the transformation of oil and fats, regardless of their origin, to become soap. So we have to put the question mark on the turning into soap. And does the oil or the fat transform completely? Because in the case of soap, we have a process of saponification, and that sometimes it depends on the reaction of the material that we add, which is the potassium hydroxide, and we don't get full reactions, so we leave some of the oil in the fats in the soap without it being transformed. So we have to make sure that the full transformation takes place in order to apply the istihala on it. Okay, I brought this as an example to explain the natural decomposition of organic matter into nutrient-rich fertilizer for plant. So we have whatever we have in terms of proteins or material. The plant, in fact, do not absorb proteins such as those in the blood or meat, because they are complex compounds, rather than the plant absorb salts. Okay, and the reality is that, as you can see here, the plant absorb in terms of minerals in their ionic compounds, in their ionic formula, but the plant cannot absorb the chain of for example, a chain of DNA or protein. So that is a good example how the material would be decomposed in the soil and absorbed. So we are talking about full chemical transformation in this case. So the following changes cannot be considered as istihala. What are they? Evaporation, condensation, grilling, baking, dough making, grinding, separation of components based on their physical density. And when we come to this typical example would be blood. Change of a name based on position or condition. So changing the name is not good enough to call it istihala. So even if it is partial chemical changes and change of a name, that doesn't apply to the definition of istihala. So if we go to istihala of pig originated material in the fatwa, pig derived products are not acceptable as being halal, regardless to the transformation status. Unity in the opinion of some fiqh council and halal certifying bodies in Pakistan, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. They take that sort of approach. and this is a fatwa that is being signed by Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Baz, Sheikh Abdul Razak Afifi, Sheikh Abdullah bin Ghadian, and Sheikh Abdullah bin Qaoud. It says that if a Muslim became assured or in a high doubt that any of pig's meat, fat, or bone powder enters in a food, medicine, toothpaste, or the like of it, it is forbidden to eat, drink, or rub it on the body. It's very, very clear. These scholars clarify. What is doubtful should be left away. In reference to the hadith, Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, leave that which makes you doubt for that which does not make you doubt. And this fatwa is very clear. So what we have in Arabic, the decision of the Majma' al-Fiqh al-Islami al-Dawli, the International Islamic Fiqh Academy decision 11-3 in 1986 in Arabic says لا يحل للمسلم استعمال الخمائر والجيلاتين المأخوذ من الخنازير في الأغذية. It is not permissible for a Muslim to use yeast and gelatin that is derived from pork in food. Very clear clarification. Another clarification, another sort of clarification from the International Islamic Fiqh Academy, and that is in 2013. الاستحالة في الاصطلاح الفقهي تغير حقيقة المادة النجسة أو المحرم تناولها وانقلاب عينها إلى مادة أخرى مختلفة عنها في الاسم والخصائص والصفات، ويعبر عنها في المصطلح العلمي الشائع بأنها كل تفاعل كيميائي كامل complete. So استحالة in the fiqh terms, an actual change in any pure substance, najis, or that which is forbidden to be consumed, so to be transformed to another substance, which is different in name and nature, name and natural character. So it is here very clear. It has to be full chemical, complete chemical reaction to change this matter. While we mentioned earlier the case of khanzir, in specific, anything is not acceptable. So debatable question. This is theoretical. If we for those who say that istihala can be accepted if the source is pig, basically. What we say to such opinion, is it acceptable in Islam to farm pigs and use the concept of istihala to produce products such as proteins or minerals, etc., etc.? Okay, now the scientific advancement in and technology, actually they can produce protein powders, put it in a name of whatever names, change the name. So the verdict on this would be not acceptable when you start the material from pigs. So the istihala is the natural transformation, okay? And we gave the example of the earlier. The natural transformation of a substance to a new substance through complete chemical reaction, complete chemical reaction. The new substance is different from the original substance in its name, physical, and chemical properties. So if we move on to the example that we are going to go through, which is the collagen and gelatin. Collagen comprises a diverse group of proteins sourced from various animal components like hide, skin, and bones. Its structure is composed of three intertwined polypeptide chain, creating a triple helical micromolecules, as you can see it in the structure here. These are the three the three helical micromolecules. The chain, and it goes in this. It goes actually like this structure. While gelatin is a pure natural protein that is produced by heat treatment of collagen proteins extracted from animal source. The traditional production of gelatin from different raw materials is a complex process that requires a lot of chemical, water, and energy, as well as long processing time. Okay, now the center of this is that the protein can be traced back to the source. If the gelatin is sourced from pigs, so we know that it is sourced from. So there is no changes, full chemical changes. It is a heat treatment for the changes. So this is illustration of the collagen change to gelatin, and that shows the triple helix with the case with the collagen, and through acid-base hydrolysis and heat. So these helix, sort of a chain of proteins, basically, they will be separated, and that is the case of the gelatin. So we have water molecules. Here you can see them clear. This is the heat sort of reactions, and this sort of a process shows the change from collagen to gelatin. So the process is like this: raw material, bovine hide and bones, porcine skins and bones, fish skin and scales, poultry, other marine sources can be used as raw material, and through pre-treatments, that's removal of non-collagenous protein, removal of fat, demineralization, swelling of collagenous matrices, and through hot water extraction. This is a batch process, continuous process, semi-continuous process, and then you have a recovery from through the filtration and the clarification, deionization, sterilization, and then drying. That is the final product, which is gelatin. So this is the process from start to finish. The conclusion about gelatin in relation to istihala: gelatin is formed as a result of cooking animal hide or bone. No chemical changes that has happened to satisfy the requirements of istihala. We move on to blood plasma. Blood plasma is a pale yellow liquid component of blood that normally holds the blood cells in suspension. This makes plasma the extracellular matrix of blood cells. It makes up about 55% of the body's total blood volume. So it has 91.5% water, 7% proteins, other material like sugar, urea, hormones, vitamins, 1.5%. This this video shows illustrate exactly what is happening in the case of the separation of plasma. Let us watch and listen.
You can separate components of a solution such as plasma and red blood cells from a sample of blood. In a lab, tubes of blood are loaded into a centrifuge in pairs. Samples are loaded in opposite positions to help balance the centrifuge. The spinning forces the heavier components, such as red blood cells, to separate from the plasma solution and collect at the bottom of the tube.
So it is a clear explanation on this. It is centrifugation of the process which separate the plasma from the solid material or the other material, which is the blood cells, the white blood cells, white blood cells, red cells, and the platelets from the plasma. That is actually what happens in the industry when we collect, the industry collect, I don't collect myself, when the industry collects blood and process it to produce plasma, blood plasma that would be used in the various industries, such as the food industry or the pharmaceutical industry, or even to the with the cosmetics industry. This is a reality. I brought some statistics here about the volume. Say, if we look at China's production of pig blood, okay, China slaughters 600 million pigs a year. This produces 1,500,000 tons of blood. This is equivalent in protein terms, in the protein, which is this is the economy, and this is how important it is in terms of the use of such protein. The protein value is about 2 million tons of this blood, and this is equivalent to 2,500,000 metric tons of eggs. So it is not going to be thrown away. It has to enter either the food supply chain or other industries. This is a reality, and this is what is happening. When we look at pig slaughterhouses, they enter. This is example. Perhaps not every slaughterhouse is doing this, but this is example of slaughterhouses that has got a high production. So pigs enters a gas chamber. Gas is injected, which cause them to either die or cause them to be stunned in what we call it gas stunning. So pigs are stunned by gas, then pushed to conveyor belt, and this is the conveyor belt. And then the conveyor belt takes them to a place where they are hanged, okay? And this picture showing blood-sucking pipes with knives inserted. So the knife is inserted in this area, in the neck area, to the veins, to the blood blood pipes, and then start to suck. Basically, it's like you're milking milk from animals. Basically, this picture shows how it is done, and then the blood. This is the blood collection from pigs after stunning with CO2 gas. Sometimes they use different gases, not just CO2. Perhaps other gases can be used, and have this collected and then to be processed and used for a human consumption. So after this process that we have seen, there is a separation feed tank. This is the separation feed tanks, which we explained earlier, and then that is a separator transfer system, and then we have duplex hemoglobin cooler. We have a storage tank for plasma. We have a storage tank for hemoglobin, and we have another systems that involve in this process. Okay, that's the production line of a separation of a blood components, and you can look at it in details in this site. Yeah. So one of the products that is interesting to have a look at, this is what we call meat glue. Meat glue is an enzyme, a transglutamine, and this is composed of thermobine and fibrobine obtained from blood plasma. Okay, it's a powder and used in the industry, in the meat industry. They use like what you have the meat parts that are not in a prime. Yeah, I mean, it's not the prime cuts. Basically, the meat industry, we produce prime cuts that goes for the steaks, for the restaurants, and so on. But we have bits of meat that sometimes what we do, we mince it to use it in the various products in restaurants. But these bits or the small sizes of meat can be stuck together using this meat glue to produce these pieces or a steak-like material. Shows like a prime cuts, basically. So understanding of of istihala at the Fiqh Council again on blood plasma. Blood plasma, which is a cheap alternative to egg white, may be used in part. That is part of the International Islamic Fiqh Academy up to 2013. And this definition was previously about the same definition before. So it defines a blood plasma, and from the fiqh point of view at that time, which is, it says blood plasma, which is a cheap alternative to egg whites, may be used in pies, soups, sausages, hamburgers, and pastries and biscuits, pudding, bread, dairy products, and medicines for children and their food, which also may be added to flour, are halal. It is different from blood in the name, characteristics, and qualities. It has different ruling than that of blood. In Arabic, that's exactly what it says in that decision at that time in November 2013. That's how مجمع الفقه الإسلامي الدولي, which is the International Islamic Academy, considered. blood plasma الدم التي تعتبر بديلا رخيصا لزلال البيض، وقد تستخدم في الفطائر والحساء والنقانق والهمبرجر وصنوف المعجنات كالكعك والبسكويت والعصائد، بودينج، والخبز ومشتقات الألبان وأدوية الأطفال وأغذيتهم، والتي قد تضاف إلى الدقيق، فإنها حلال، مختلفة عن الدم في الاسم والخصائص والصفات، فليس لها حكم الدم. هذا ما ظهر عن ما صدر عن مجمع الفقه الإسلامي الدولي في حينها. The change of fatwa came in 2015. It reconsidered, okay, which says, regarding blood plasma mentioned in the aforementioned decision 198/21/4, which refers to the first one, the Council is considering revisiting the matter due to the availability of new data. The Secretariat of the Council will establish a committee comprising specialists in this field. It's a positive move that the International Islamic Fiqh Academy is revisiting a previous fatwa that has been taken based on science understanding at that time. These are comments from scientists about blood plasma in relation to istihala. Professor Jawad Al-Zir, he is a senior scientist at the Institute of Molecular Cancer Research in Zurich University, Switzerland. When we asked him about blood plasma, his statement came as, the entire chemical structure of a blood plasma are identical as a blood, and the physical, chemical, and biological properties of a blood plasma are similar to blood. Therefore, blood plasma does not satisfy the requirements of istihala, where structural transformation is must. Professor Said Gouda, he is a professor of biochemistry and genetic engineering and honorary member of the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Southampton and senior scientific researcher in the anti-addiction laboratory in the state of Qatar, commented, removing the cellular components by a simple process, centrifugation, from the blood does not produce a new identity. It is still blood, but without cellular component or cellular components. The University of Putra, Malaysia at the time, when we asked him about blood plasma, he commented, I am in the opinion that the blood plasma is still not permissible. It is haram, as in the use is totally physical, and there is no chemical changes that has happened as required in the case of istihala. The conclusion that we come to about blood plasma in relation to istihala, we say blood plasma is separated physically from blood using centrifugation process. Istihala would not apply to blood plasma. What we say that in Arabic as a قاعدة فقهية الحكم على الشيء فرع عن تصوره. Jurisprudential rules, judgment on something is a branch of its perception. I start this in Arabic as much as I enjoy it and understand the meaning of it when I read it in Arabic. قوله تعالى in the Quran الكريم ولا تقف ما ليس لك به علم سورة الإسراء ويدخل في هذا كل من حكم على الشيء قبل معرفة ماهيته، يعني أن الأمر الذي لا تعلمه ولا تتصوره ولا تكون على بينة منه فإياك أن تتكلم فيه. Do not follow what you have no sure knowledge of. Surah Al-Isra. This includes everyone who judges something before knowing its essence. It means that the matter that you do I repeat that the matter that you do not know or imagine and you are not aware of it, so do not speak about it. والتصور قد يكون علما وقد لا يكون كالتصور الكاذب، فيكون التصور المقصود في هذه القاعدة هو التصور العلمي الدقيق عن هذا الشيء، لأن ذلك التصور هو الذي يضبط الذهن والفكر عن الخطأ إلى تحديد محكم وضبط علمي منهجي لحقيقة الشيء وماهيته. هكذا قال أبو البقاء الكفوي رحمه الله. Perception can either constitute knowledge or be akin to a mistaken belief. Thus, the aim of this principle is to establish a precise scientific understanding of the subject matter. This is because perception governs the mind and thinking process, preventing error, enabling accurate recognition, and facilitating systematic scientific verifications of the truth and fundamental nature of the subject. Istihala in the jurisprudence term means changing the nature of an impure, najis, or prohibited substance and transforming it into a different substance, both in terms of name and its properties and qualities. It's commonly referred to as complete chemical reaction in scientific terms. This can be exemplified by the way, this is the International Islamic Fiqh Academy in 2015, after it discussed the issue of istihala with with scientists from and Sharia scholars from different part of the world. I have attended this meeting at the time and presented two papers, one on istihala and one on blood plasma, and I'm quoting from this conference. I repeat, istihala is jurisprudence terms means changing the nature of an impure najis or prohibited substance and transforming it into a different substance, both in terms of name and its properties and quantities, in common referred to as a complete chemical reaction in scientific terms. This can be exemplified by the conversion of oil and greases from various sources into soap, or decomposition of substances into its various components. Just as a chemical reaction occurs intentionally through scientific and chemical means, it also occurs in an imperceptible manner as described by jurists. Example of such reactions include pickling and burning. However, if the chemical reaction is only partial, it is not considered transformation. It's not considered istihala. In the case of impure, the najis material, it remains in its original state and its usage is not permissible. And that exactly refers to the pigs, that no matter what you want to make and no matter what chemical reaction you want to go through, it still stays as najis. Our conclusion: a scientific understanding of istihala is essential in combating adulteration in halal food, pharmaceutical, and cosmetics. A scientific approach to istihala provides a systematic and evidence-based methods for evaluating the permissibility of substances, thereby complex and globalized market. In the case of gelatin and blood plasma, the changes are not significant enough to justify the applicability of istihala. Any fatwa that permits the use of gelatin with raw material sourced from non-halal source based on istihala, any fatwa that permits the use of blood plasma based on istihala must be withdrawn and revised considering scientific information. Thank you very much to everyone. Listen to this lecture. Tashakkur Ijrim, and I hope to see you some other time. I repeat my big thank you to GİMDES for their activities in terms of dedication to the cause of halal. I thank again Dr. Hussain, Professor Hussain, for his dedication on promoting halal at different platforms, different way. Allah khair, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I would like just to introduce myself very short. My name is Ali Fanous. I'm a food technologist from Halal Control in Germany. So I have today the presentation about the production of enzymes and starter cultures from halal perspective. In my presentation, there are the main points in our agenda. It's here. The first point is about in general about the microbial products. I would like to give you also an overview about the starter cultures and the application of these starter cultures, especially here in food, and would like to know how these starter cultures are produced and what are the halal critical points in this production. The second the topic is here enzymes. In general, also the definition of enzymes, the application of these enzymes, and also the critical also points regarding these enzymes in perspective of halal perspective. So in general here, the microbial products, there are products which are produced by microorganisms, for example, yeast, bacteria, or mold, in a certain media or fermentation media, substrate, and certain conditions. There are many products which are produced by using biotechnology, many additives and processing aids, for example, here starter cultures, enzymes, some vitamins, for example, vitamin C, amino acids, some organic acids such as lactic acid, ascorbic acid. Also in pharmaceutical sector, we can see also many hormones and medicines that are also produced by this technology. So now the starter cultures, there are here microorganisms that are used actually in the production of cultured dairy products, for example, yogurt or cheese. The main or the primary function of the lactic acid starter cultures is here the production of lactic acid from lactose. So this microorganism can transform the lactose to the lactic acid. They have also other functions or and also improve the structure of the product. They can also here inhibit the undesirable organisms. So in this case, they can conserve or preserve actually the products. So in the application here, we can find many. We can find here the starter cultures that are used in many food sectors, especially here in dairy products. For example, here butter, cheese, yogurt, iron, and also in the meat production, also bakery industry. We can see also these starter cultures, and also here in some supplementary nutrients or food, for example, here as can be also taken. So now here the production of these starter cultures. The first step is here the preparation of fermentation media or substrate. The substrate or fermentation media shall contain or shall have actually the main sources for the or the main elements here for the microorganism. For example, here carbohydrates such as glucose, melas, for example, sugar, proteins such as here milk proteins, whey proteins, some elements also, and vitamins. So, of course, the fermentation media shall or must be sterilized and must be also free from any contaminants or from any strange or undesirable microorganism. The second stage or second step in the production of the fermentation media is here the fermentation. So there are here different steps or different fermenters or bioreactors. The first step takes place in the laboratory in the seed fermenter, and the next step is here the fermentation in the big fermenter or in the main bioreactor. Of course, here the parameters, for example, here the for example, here the oxygen or CO2, the pH, for example, the temperature can be here controlled, and also some samples can be also taken to be sure that during the fermentation there is no cross-contamination with other microorganisms. So now the next step is here the downstream. The microorganism after the growth of this microorganism, the microorganism should be harvested, and also the waste such as substrate or other waste must be removed during by using the centrifugation, so the microorganism can be also purified, and also by adding some additives such as lactose or dextrose or maltodextrin as carriers. They can be also preserved for a long time. So there are also many different methods to preserve or to preserve actually the microorganism. So the microorganism can be also frozen or can be also freeze-dried by using this technology, freeze drying. So we can get here a microorganism for, or we can actually expand here the shelf life of the microorganism. Now, regarding here the halal, what are actually the main points, or what are actually the critical points as halal auditor when we certify, for example, or when we audit a company which is producing microorganism or starter cultures, we have to concentrate on some points. The first point is here the growth media itself. It could contain critical materials or questionable materials. The second thing is here the enzymes which are used as processing aids in the media preparation, and also there are some processing aids which are they could be also non-halal materials or questionable materials. And the last point is here the genetic modified microorganisms. We start here with the growth media. You can see here there are some elements or ingredients. They can be used actually in the growth media, for example, beef extract, meat extract. So of course we have to know the source of this meat. If this meat comes from halal animal, is the animal here started according to Islamic law, we have to collect this information. So we have also here peptone. Peptone, it's here hydrolyzed protein. It can be obtained from meat, from casein, for example, or gelatin. So in this case, we have to know the source of the peptone. So there are also some digested proteins. In this case, we have to know how these proteins have been digested. There are many methods. For example, here we can use. It could be that enzymes can be used in the manufacturing process, or some acids, for example, they can be also used in the manufacturing process. So anyway, the hydrolyzed proteins must be checked, and we have to be sure that these hydrolyzed proteins they come from halal sources, and the enzymes which are used in the manufacturing process must also be halal. So we can see also some plant origin protein. For example, here soy protein. Usually soy protein is halal, but because the source is halal here. But if the soy protein has been digested or hydrolyzed, in this case we have to know also we have to know the enzymes which are used in the hydrolyzation process. So some other ingredients are haram, for example, blood, or for example, pork gelatin. It can be also bovine gelatin or other kind of gelatin, but we have to check if this gelatin is halal or not. Some amino acids, for example, here can be also used. Amino acids can be produced also by using biotechnology, and they are critical materials. So let's see some examples here. Meat, like meat extract, gelatin. So it's important also to say that gelatin, there is no istihala from pork gelatin. So it means if the gelatin comes from pork materials, for example here, bones or hides. So in this case, there is no istihala from pork material. So pork gelatin is always haram, and also a bovine gelatin or other kind of gelatins, we have to know here to check if this gelatin has a halal certificate or not. And also here the enzymatic digest of casein, so the source of enzymes which are used in the manufacturing process is very important to be sure that this material is halal. So we can find also many in the dairy industry, many selective media can be also used to cultivate special microorganism. And for example, this Erica media, this media could contain also questionable materials. For example, here ascorbic acid, it's here a microbial material. Gelatin is also could be here pork gelatin or bovine gelatin. Sodium acetate also. So we can see also here many critical or questionable material. Here we can see a meat extract, for example here beef extract. So if the beef or if the halal animal is slaughtered according to Islamic way, it's here a question mark. Enzymatic digest of animal tissue is we have to know also the source of these animals, and if these animals are also slaughtered according to Islamic way. So during the production also, or during the fermentation process, some processing aids could also be used in the manufacturing process. So, for example, here the anti-foaming agents, it could be here from animal origin, it could be here animal oil, lard, for example, or fatty acids. It can be also in non-critical materials such as silica. So we have to check. Or some other processing aids, for example, here polyoxyl stearate. Stearate, it could be also could become from stearic acid, and stearic acid could also could be obtained from animals. So the other point here also during the downstream or to purify the microorganism and also to have good products. So in this case, some materials, for example here, activated carbon can be also used in the process. Activated carbon, usually it is obtained from the plants, but it can be also obtained from animal bones. For example, in some countries, they can be also used. For example, in European Union, it's forbidden to use activated carbon from the animal source, but in some countries outside the European Union, it can be used from animal origin. The next topic is here the enzymes. Enzymes are proteins that act as biological catalysts by accelerating the chemical reactions without themselves being altered in the process. There are also many, so about the function or how the enzymes works. It's here, it's like the key and also the so lock and key model. So it means here the enzymes are very specified and they can only activate it or they can only catalyze special reactions for the special substrates. So we can see here the sources of these enzymes. There are many sources for the enzymes. There are enzymes from bacteria, for example, alpha amylase, beta amylase, for example. There are also some enzymes from animals, for example, catalase, lipase, rennet. There is microbial rennet and also animal rennet. There are also some enzymes can be obtained from fungi or also from plant or yeast. The application of these enzymes is very widely, for example, in beverage industry to increase the yield of these beverages. In dairy products, for example, we have already mentioned the rennet. So also in the sweet industry, pharmaceutical industry, in the detergents, for example, and also in the textile industry. So we can see here some hydrolyzed materials, for example, here whey hydrolyzed and also casein hydrolyzed can be also used in baby food. They are very important materials because the baby they can't digest the big molecular proteins. So, for example, here the hydrolyzed whey protein is very suitable for the baby food, but we have to know that how this whey protein hydrolyzed produced. Usually, some animal enzymes here, trypsin or pepsin, can be used to produce these products or these materials, and trypsin comes usually from pork. So it's very critical materials. There is also here the genetic modification of the enzyme of the microorganism which are responsible for or which are used for production of enzymes is very important because some microorganisms can be genetic modified and they can be they can also contain some genetic materials from pork. And for example, here we have Escherichia coli microorganism can produce here the hormone insulin, and this Escherichia coli could contain here some genetic materials from pork, from pancreas, for example, pork pancreas. So in this case, we have to know here if any pork materials in the genetic modified microorganism, so we can consider them halal, and also the products, I mean here the enzymes or the microbial products which are produced by these genetic modified microorganisms are not halal. So you can see here also, for example, the production of rennet. Some genetic materials can be taken from the calf cells, and they are injected here in the yeast, and the yeast can produce here the rennet chymosin. And there are also other examples here, but it's here the very famous example because rennet or the microbial rennet can be used here also in many cheeses to produce many cheese, especially the halal cheese. Thank you very much, and for your questions, I'm of course here ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear brother and sister, may Almighty Allah Now, the act of adulteration in food, in any product that involve food items, is very dangerous because you are changing the natural order of the food itself. And Allah Almighty, who allowed us to do business, the business is not only the food must be halal, but it must make sure that there's no cheating, lying, and there's no deception. Just an example, if you want to sell a product, you claim that you are selling pepper, example. Suddenly, you mix pepper with papaya seeds. Why you do that? Because you want to have more profit. Now, this kind of cheating, lying, mispresentation to the consumer is totally haram in Islam. The Islamic standpoint is very clear. Allah and our Prophet like us to get involved in business. But he said, Man ghasha falaysa minna. Whoever lie and cheat while doing business, mispresenting the wrong product. You said this is 100% pure. This is pepper, but you mix with papaya seed. Just an example. So, of course, this kind of act is considered haram in the teaching of Islam. So we hope everybody who are involved in any business make sure that we are honest, sincere, and we deliver what we say to our consumer or our customer. Because anything that you change or any kind of thing that you have mixed with the food, it may cause harm to the consumer sometimes. Kill the trust of the consumer towards us and towards the product that we have come up with. So please remember, brothers and sisters, in business, the most important thing, we must be honest, sincere, be committed, and make sure that whatever we say is what we can deliver. No cheating, no lying, no mixing between the ori and the non-ori. Until you are ready to explain to your consumer, this is not 100%, it's mixed with this and that, then you are transparent to them. That is okay. But you cannot claim that this is 100% pepper, 100% honey, pure honey, where you mix honey with water or with sugar syrup. Even milk there can be a deception. A lot of people are not selling pure 100% milk. They mix with water. But the consumer may not know. They don't have the knowledge to differentiate which one is pure and which one is not. But they trust us as the product. They trust us because we say to them that we are selling 100% pure milk and so on. So I would like to remind all of us who are involved in business, please make sure that you are ready to be a good businessman. No lying, no cheating, no mispresentation to others, no deception. What is right, wrong is wrong. Because it has something to do, anything to do with food item, it has something to do with the health of the people. If they are eating the wrong food, it may hazard their health and well-being. I don't think anybody wants to do this to yourself or to your family. And also remember, any kind of cheating involved in doing business, then your income is haram. And whatever you buy with that kind of income is haram. Even the food is halal because you are buying with the haram income, haram money. So may Allah Almighty help us and make us an honest, a trustworthy person when we are doing business. Whatever product you want to sell, make sure that you are honest to your customer. Honesty is the best policy in business. But please, brothers and sisters, if the public, like you and me, we may not have the full knowledge because we are not food scientists, we cannot differentiate sometimes. But we trust what the salesperson or what the company have said to us about their product. So, to save ourselves from a lot of problem, because there are a lot of greedy business people around, they don't care about what you are going to have, they don't care about our health, they just think of making fast money. And this is very, very wrong in the Islamic point of view. So, for the public, the safest way is make sure that you only buy product from company that you trust. Normally, the big company, the well-known company, I think they will make sure that they maintain their quality. But the small business people, we do not know who is there to monitor the quality control of the food. And all these are very important to do with our well-being. You are what you eat. Always remember that. So there's a lot of cheating, lying, deception in the business world today. So when you talk about halal food, halal drink, halal business, make sure that everything that you produce, that you claim is straightforward, right, no hidden agenda. Then Allah Rabbul Alameen will bless our business. Remember, the risk is from Almighty. We as a Muslim always remember that Allah is Ar-Razzaq, the provider. If you are sincere in whatever you do, you are truthful. When you say this is honey, means pure honey. No mixture of sugar, syrup, no. This is milk, pure milk, no mixtures of water, no. When you say this is chili powder, pure chili powder, you don't mix with starch, and then you would give extra coloring, look like red chili, but it's not. It's mixed now. It's contaminated. So may Allah Rabbul Alameen help us to be the best salesman who will not cheat the consumer, the customer, so that you have peace and others also have peace. People pay for what they want, but we are not supposed to lie, to cheat to anybody. So we hope that Allah Rabbul Alameen make us have this understanding that you must have amana, and amana is related to iman. The Prophet said, La iman liman la amanatalah. There's no more iman if there's no amana. So brothers and sisters, Allah will bless your income. Even it's little, but when it's halal, no cheating, no lying, no deception, Allah will put some extra blessing, and it's always enough, inshallah. But if you get more profit because of your greed, you don't care about whether it's halal or not, then there's no more blessing. So may Allah Rabbul Alameen, the Creator, the All-Knowing, the All-Seeing, the Provider, protect all of us from doing any kind of business that is not straightforward, cheating, lying, and deception. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us a very successful businessman who will only sell what is right. And whatever you say, if you speak the truth and be honest, inshallah, your customer, the consumer will be happy, and your customer will come back to you because they trust you. Brother and sister, when you do business, you must always remember, you are not just dealing with Muslim. It's for everybody. So you must always make sure that you show a good example as a honest, sincere, committed Muslim businessman and Muslim businesswoman, or show them that any product under the name of Islam from the Muslim company is good product. No lying, no cheating, no deception, and we'll never mispresent our product. Inshallah, we will be successful here till the hereafter. Ameen. Alhamdulillah, brothers and sisters, don't forget what Allah said in the Holy Quran. Holy Quran is a divine guidance for mankind, especially for us who claim to be a Muslim. Now Allah said, Ya ayuhan nas, kulu mimma fil ardi halalan tayyiban. O mankind, He's not talking only to believers, to us. That means Allah is telling every one of us, eat and drink what is halal and good. Good means no contamination, nothing that you change in the natural order of a food. That is important. So by responding to Allah's command, all of us will receive a lot of reward. The reward in this world, you got some good business, good customer. The reward of the next life, because you are doing a halal business, you are taking halal food, and you are feeding other people also, providing other people halal food and drink, pure, good, tayyibah, Allahu Akbar. So all of us will profit, will be happy here and happy in the hereafter. Our consumer will be very happy because they know that we give them the best. Anything you want the best for yourself, also give others the best. The Prophet said, none of us can be a true believer if you don't love your fellow brother or sisters or your customer what you love for yourself. We don't want to be cheated. We don't want anybody to lie to us, so don't cheat and lie to others. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make us a good practicing Muslim and Muslimah and a good practicing businesswoman and businessman. Ameen. So may Allah accept what we are doing that is right and protect us from being greedy and doing anything that cause harm to ourselves and harm to others. I would like to end with this reminder of our beloved Prophet Muhammad, who is the best example as a businessman. He was a very successful businessman, and he never lied and cheat while doing business. So he said, La darara wa la dira. Simple reminder from the best man, Prophet Muhammad, who was sent as the last messenger to mankind, to all of us. Businessman, he's very successful. As a leader, he's a very successful leader. Yeah. As a family man, he's a very successful husband, father, and also a very successful leader for this life and the hereafter. Remember, brother and sister, we always pray. And the best prayer, we say, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina azaban nar. The meaning of this prayer is so beautiful. It covers everything that you need. We say, Oh Allah, grant us happiness, success in this life, and grant us success and happiness in the next life, and save us from hellfire, save us from self-destruction. How to do that? Everything you do, everything you say, make sure that you only speak what is right, do what is right, eat what is halal, drink what is halal. Alhamdulillah. Then may Allah accept our prayer. Hope all of us will benefit from this short reminder, and may Allah guide us all and protect us from further challenges, further fitan. Yeah? And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make all of us successful in our business. Amin. Wabillahi taufiqi wal aqli da'wana walhamdulillah alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya nak plus yang lain sikit. Boleh ya?